Stream Elements said Ye Old Nerdcast is now live. Streaming the Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion Remastered. It's finally time for Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster, let's go!
Yo, I'm a little bit late. I guess. Or early, depending on how you want to look at it. But I'm going to go ahead and start this thing now so I can see if I can catch the first pick.
Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
Street Corner Becky said yo.
Yo, what's up, Vince? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing?
Over the next 3 days, we will welcome in the next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every...
Man, I don't follow college ball at all.
Pulled up on a tab. Sailing smile.
But first,
I don't follow college ball at all, so this is going to be an interesting experience for me.
please welcome Clay Matthews,
Clay Matthews? How old is this fucking guy?
Jordy Nelson,
Jordy Nelson? Jeez, we're talking about old school Packers.
Mason Crosby,
Street
Well,
Corner
Mason
Becky
Crosby
said
still
I
plays,
got
doesn't he?
Amon Green,
Isn't Mason Crosby still playing?
James Jones, and Packers
Street Corner
superfan
Becky said not. I think Crosby is retired.
Oh.
I'm going to go off script here real quick, Roger, but I just got off the phone with the president, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass him
Okay, dude.
all 32 NFL franchises.
Street Corner Becky said they usually have legends come in and announce picks and mingle.
It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!
I like how he's putting Trump on the hook for Bears hatred. That's right, that's what Trump said. He also said, everyone in Chicago can suck my dick. That's what he said. He said, I challenge everyone in Southside Chicago to a street fight.
Okay, Green Bay. It's time to get the show started. Are you ready?
I forgot they're hosting this in Green Bay. Kind of a weird location, but...
2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Oh yeah, the Titans have the 1 overall. Are they really going to draft? They're not going to draft Sanders, are they?
Street Corner Becky said the Green Bay area is expected to make $100 million for hosting this.
The Titans are on the clock, and here are some of the options that they have. Certainly the overwhelming expectation is that they will take Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami, but Travis Hunter is available and expected to hear his name called early tonight, the two-way superstar.
Cam Ward.
The pass rusher extraordinaire out of Penn State, wearing the legendary number of Micah Parsons. Will he be that level of good?
Good old Walter Football. See if he can help me out here.
Is it the right decision? We'll talk about it. Shedeur Sanders, will he hear his name called tonight at all? That's one of the big questions we've been discussing for weeks.
Where's their mock draft? Here we go. Here we go.
The man who has almost all of the answers, almost all of the time, is our Adam Schefter, and he's with us all evening long. Shefty, what does everyone need to know as we get underway?
Well, thanks, Greeny. The Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and New Orleans Saints all inquired about the availability of Cam Ward to the Titans. All were denied, despite the fact that the New York Giants took their first-round pick this and next year, along with other picks. The Titans were sold on Cam Ward's workout. Their new
Cam Ward, QB for Miami.
came from the Chiefs.
Walter Football says the Titans can thank the Jags for putting them in a position to obtain a franchise quarterback. Is that what Cam Ward is? Again, I don't follow college football that closely, but I don't recall hearing too much about Miami last year.
Number 1 overall pick to work under Titans head coach Brian Callahan, joining Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford.
Other possibilities, none.
Right there, Greeny.
All right, Shefty, thank you very much. So, Mel Kiper Jr., you and I have been talking about this on our podcast, the First Draft podcast, going back to September.
This assumes that they don't sign Aaron Rodgers, which it doesn't look like they will, and look elsewhere for a signal caller. Rodgers and Tennessee a very real possibility, however, and this mock will obviously be adjusted if it happens. I switched this pick from Shedeur Sanders to Cam Ward for 2 reasons. First, Deion Sanders, who will have a say in where his son plays, may not want Shedeur in Tennessee because of how the organization handled Ran Carthon's firing. I don't even know who that is. Deion was openly upset about this move. Second, there might be a trend for the teams to find the next Jaden Daniels, and Ward resembles Daniels more than Sanders. Ward's a dual-threat quarterback who was very productive at Washington State and now Miami. Okay. Dropping the Jaden Daniels name drop there. I guess they're showing highlights for Cam Ward right now.
He had to try to make plays, and he did. Guess what? The police was kind of through the roof. Not many balls hit the ground. What he needed to come through with his team, he did. This notion that he's not that athletic is ridiculous nonsense. He can move, he can roll right, roll left. 3rd and 8, he can get you a first down with his legs. This kid has what the NFL wants. Doug back.
It's got a pretty accurate deep ball, I will say that.
Pressure all the time. No running game. His leading rusher over the 2 years of Colorado averaged 350 yards for the season. That's it. That's Ashton Jinty and Amarian Hampton in a game and a half. Are you kidding me? No running game, no offensive line to put up the numbers.
There's something about his movement that looks weird to me. I'm trying to figure out why. How big is this guy? Up 6'3". Wait, what? He said it was 6'3"?
It's not Shedeur Sanders. Cam Ward, stronger arm, more talent. I get it. But I'm telling you, Shedeur Sanders, old school pocket, you can win big in this league. It's been proven time and time again.
But the 2 things that everyone points to when you're talking about quarterback play, the 2 things that everyone wants is great decision making.
Oh, you sent me a link. Let me click on that, Vince.
2 things that Shedeur Sanders has built his career on, and yet we continue to try and knock this young man down for things that really people don't hang their hat on. He has plenty of horsepower in his arm. He has plenty of mobility, as you mentioned. I don't understand it either, but I'll tell you this. I believe the Tennessee Titans are making the right pick.
Okay, you just sent me the ESPN predictions.
And look, this comparison right here, the style of play, it is like Patrick Mahomes in terms of the creativity and the ability to buy time in the pocket and do things that are unconventional that may have you screaming at home when you're watching on the TV screen, but then it turns out to be big plays. Patrick Mahomes has made a living doing this. Yes, he's with one of the greatest coaches of all time, and Andy Reid.
Street corner Becky said Walter football you. Street corner Becky said low. Street corner Becky said do this so out of touch. Street corner Becky said Miami was undefeated for a while. Street corner Becky said Walter used to be good but he's now a crazy McGaw. Street corner Becky sent a link. Street corner Becky said I wouldn't be surprised if Sanders goes in the 2nd round. Street corner Becky said I used to love Walter football but he's not the same anymore. That's Peter Schrager's muck.
I mean, I don't go to Walter. I mean, I don't pay attention to this as much as I used to, but I don't necessarily care. Oh, wait, it says the pick is in. Pick is in. I don't know how delayed. I am here. Maybe I should chill on the NFL thing until I hear the announcement. Where did the Bills pick? I forget what our pick is. We're like 28 or something like that. No, we're 30. We're 30. They have us taking Maliki Starks, a safety out of Georgia. We do need an elite safety, that's for sure. Starks played safety and nickel corner for Bulldogs, and he'd make an immediate impact. Starks is all ball and one of the safest prospects in the draft. Well, what does Walter Football say about our pick?
Who began his career at the University of the Incarnate Word. spent 2 seasons there, then went to Washington State.
Wait, he doesn't
come out into last year's draft.
Oh, wait, here it is.
Instead, transferred to the U, and look at him now. Perhaps about to hear his name called as the first pick in the 2025 National Football League.
They say defensive end, offensive linebacker Donovan Azuruka. The Bills signed Joey Bosa. That's right, we did. But I don't think that'll preclude them from drafting an edge rusher at 30. I think it will, because we drafted 2 edge rushers in the first and second round last year, I believe. Or maybe the year before. And only one of them has worked out. Like, we got rid of Carlos...
Number 1.
Wait, was that Carlos?
Come on.
Boogie Basham, I think is what he was called. We got rid of him pretty quickly.
NFL draft. The Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward.
Oh, there you go. Cam Ward.
As we said, he made the right call a year ago. Going back to school, finished 4th in the Heisman voting in his 1 season at the U. Started 57 games in college, and I am being told as he makes his way to the stage, we will watch.
When was the last time the first overall went to a not quarterback?
Major breaking news. Adam Schefter, what do we have?
All right, Greeny, we have the first trade of round 1. The Cleveland Browns have traded out of the 2nd overall pick. They're moving back to number 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars spot.
Jacksonville.
The Browns will get the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd round pick, number 36, a 4th round pick, number 126, and the 1st round pick of the Jaguars in 2026.
Wow.
The Jaguars in turn get the number 2 pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick. The Jaguars are on the clock.
Okay, that's...
Corner Becky said I like him. He started at Incarnate Word in Texas, then Washington State, and then Miami. He will play with a chip on his shoulder.
At the 2nd pick, and they are targeting.
That's not a bad trade for Cleveland, considering how they completely destroyed their draft capital and a complete ability to configure a team around Deshaun Watson after that disastrous decision.
Jacksonville giving up a lot to move up here.
Jacksonville gave up they gave up quite a bit.
Is he worth all that they apparently are giving in return?
Think about Jacksonville right now. Liam Cohen, right? Head coach. He wants
Are they giving up on Trevor Lawrence? They can't be moving up like that to give up on Trevor Lawrence.
He can be a touchdown maker. They need help at corner. That's a neat area for the Jaguars. He can be strategically worked in at cornerback late in the first half.
Street Corner Becky said I think it's for Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter, the Jacksonville Jaguars, all about
That's who they, yeah, that's who this mock has them going to Cleveland. What did they say? Oh, he thought they were gonna pick a running back in the top 5. Highly unlikely on that one. Wide receiver out of Colorado. Wide receiver cornerback out of Colorado.
Street Corner Becky said Gene is special.
Special or not, man, a top 5 running back pick is. That's risky.
Street Corner Becky said Hunter won the Heisman.
I remember that.
At one spot when you're playing both ways, you're out there all the time. Yet he was. He's special, and for Jacksonville to give up
what do you do with him? Cornerback or wide receiver?
On both sides of the ball.
And Greeny, we're talking about a unicorn, something we've never seen before, and for them to give this up, they believe.
I mean,
and for all this
Jacksonville
play both sides in the NFL. Think about this: the NFL game is slower. College football is a lot faster, and he did it in college football.
Street Corner Becky said he wants to play both, but that's so dangerous in the NFL.
That's unfeasible. That's unfeasible in the NFL.
I think he can do it, and if Jacksonville is indeed,
that's too much impact.
Liam Cohen, an offensive guy,
unless he's like a number 4 slot receiver or something, and he's only playing wide receiver on like specialty downs. Like that's not feasible.
75-25.
Street Corner Becky said gadget plays and stuff.
Yeah.
When I went out to Colorado, that he would start him on the offensive side of the ball when they break out of their initial first team meeting, with whatever team he goes to. He needs to learn the nuance and intricacies of that side of the football. He thinks he can step on the field immediately and contribute on defense. You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody up here to say anything different. So, look, Mel put it perfect. You're getting 2 for 1 with this guy. You're getting 2 players in one.
Yeah.
absolutely you move up to get that kind of player.
Let's make sure everyone can see exactly what it is that the Jaguars have given up here. It is a significant trade. Again, Shefty told us about an hour ago to expect quite a few explosive trades early, and we get it here. And look at all that Jacksonville is giving up here. The 5th pick this year, a 2nd and a 4th, and next year's 1st round pick. I'm curious to hear from you, Louis Riddick, as a team builder. Andrew Barry, the general manager of Cleveland, referred to Travis Hunter and compared him to Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani has revolutionized baseball.
Grabbing the 2026 first-round pick is also pretty crazy.
Street corner Becky said that's a dumb trade on Jacksonville.
I think so too. I think so too. Especially, I mean, it's an especially dumb trade if they do try to play Travis Hunter at wide receiver and cornerback on the NFL level.
Here's what we got, Grady. These two sides have been working on this trade for 2 weeks, and it changes the shape of this draft and Cleveland's approach to quarterback, because the Browns now have 2 second-round picks at the top of this draft, and they also have 2 ones next year in what's expected to be a more quarterback-rich draft. So they could opt for quarterback here tonight or tomorrow, or opt for 2026.
Then Bradman said, I feel like that one guy standing in the corner at the party meme. I don't know what's even going on, Will.
Yo, what's up, Lynn? Welcome back to the stream.
Reminds me of Carolina trading with the Bears for that.
From both teams, but both sides believe it's
Carolina trading with the Bears at number 1, 2023. And they finished last, so the Bears got next year's number 1. That was Caleb. I can see that happening here, too.
From Jacksonville, Booger, your thoughts on Travis Hunter now, it would appear, headed to Jacksonville after all this time. We assumed he'd be going to Cleveland.
Oh, Greeny, I love it. I think he's the best weapon in the draft. He's a unicorn, something that we have not seen. You have to maximize this, though. If you're Jacksonville and you're going to take Travis Hunter, you have to maximize him on offense. And this is about helping Trevor Lawrence, who's underachieved so far in Jacksonville. You have to surround your quarterback with weapons. This is the ultimate weapon.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Trevor Lawrence, to be honest with you.
The only thing I'll say is, look, defensively, they were hard on defense. In terms of yards, giving up yards for explosive plays. Look, if ever an organization needed a two-way player that fit perfectly right into what their needs are, this is the young man for you.
This is the new National Football League. This is a league where we did not used to see this sort of wheeling and dealing. This is
The one thing I don't like about the first day of the NFL draft is they take way too much time. Way too much time to get these fucking picks in, man. Let's speed this shit up. Rattle the names off and move on.
Expected to make it here any moment here. We'll hear from Roger Goodell on what direction it is they've chosen to go. Huge trade being made immediately, and the commissioner making his way to announce the trade to this crowd and the second pick in this year's
Street
draft.
corner Becky said, well, one trade can throw off the whole board.
Even still, man, have your contingencies. Get this shit going.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, Duval. I want to say thank you to the commissioner.
I really don't understand the mindset of people that travel to the NFL draft and like dress up in costumes and big gold chain, all that kind of shit. Like, that's something I will never understand.
Award that is really coveted. I love that they do so much for the community.
League and this world a better place. As we remember, Walter Payton strived to
Street
leave
corner
a
Becky
positive
said, I
legacy
went to
of
the
their own.
2023 draft, but I didn't dress up.
Where was that one held at, though? Like, if that was in Indianapolis, I don't think that's too far from where you're at, is it?
Street corner Becky said
The
Kansas
Cleveland
City
Browns have
was
traded
a
the
3-hour
second
drive.
pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
All right.
That's right. They get 2 for the price of 1.
Street corner Becky said called that, and this is why the Jags remain a poverty franchise.
Well, I mean, you never know. You never know. There's always the opportunity. I mean, elite wide receiver. There's always an opportunity that they could find a special quarterback either later in this draft or maybe even pick one up in the free agency. I don't trust. I don't know if I trust Travis or Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Which makes me think that they really do want to try to double dip on him in the pros, which I don't think is advised, but like I don't think that's advised. I mean, the NFL is grueling. It's like a fucking 18-game season now. If you're not in the postseason, and you're getting the living shit stuck out of you by dudes that are much bigger and faster than they are in college. Like, I just don't see that being a long-term solution.
Street corner Becky said it barely works for baseball. Shohei doesn't pitch that much.
Yeah.
But this guy right here, I'm telling you this, when I was out there at his pro day, and he was catching the football and running routes, one, the ball never touched the ground, and 2, he didn't have gloves on, and you couldn't hear the ball hitting his hands. Some of the most natural hand-eye coordination and ball tracking I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some great players. This guy truly is, as Deion likes to put it, he's him. He's different now. He's different, and that's why Jacksonville went ahead and did what they did, because they said, look, he's too good to pass up. Mel coined it perfectly. I said it just a minute ago. He's 2 for 1. That's what you're getting, and you'd be foolish not to utilize him as such.
And when you're getting 2 for 1, I think it's important to talk about the stamina. Guys, it's hard playing football on one side of the football. Lewis, you know, you and I play defense. It's hard to play defense. And then to go sit on the bench and pop right back up and get back up and play offense. I don't think America understands the stamina that this young man has and how hard he works in the offseason to prepare himself. This is truly something, Greeny. I've been around this game a long time. I've never seen anything like this.
It's a reasonable question to ask how much he can play on both sides of the ball. We understand.
Street corner Becky said also Louis Riddick needs to be a GM somewhere. Love that guy's analysis.
And I sell him short in no regard. He's as good as we've seen in a long time. Can he realistically play full-time on both sides of the ball?
No, you're not going to play him 120 again. You're not going to play him 120, 130 snaps a game for 17 games.
Damn, he's got some pretty fucking good hands though. That's for sure.
You have to be judicious with it. Again, I just said, it has to be a 60-40, 75-25, 70-30 type of split. The question is, where do they use him first? Is it primarily offense or defense?
All right, Molly McGrath is standing by, and she's got the number 2 pick in the draft. Verizon Business takes us down to the
Street corner
stage.
Becky said Hunter is a monster.
Well, we'll see what Jacksonville wants to do with him then.
I mean, they ain't talking to me since the combine, so I'm super excited to be able to go back home and be able to play for an organization that thought I was worthy of trading up and getting.
What kind of conversations did you have with the Jag staff about where they see you playing for them?
I mean, they told me they was going to let me go out there and do what I do, so they put me on phone with both coordinators, so I'm going to just go out there and just do what I can do.
Travis Hunter, a history maker, the first player in the draft era to be announced.
Pick is in for the Giants.
Receiver and defensive back. Congratulations.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What a mess of a team that is, the Giants.
His home in Georgia is about 374 miles from
Carter or Hunter?
When we talk about the history that he is making, well, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field, the legendary Green Bay Packers. Don Hudson is the only
Street corner Becky said I'm guessing Shader, although he could also drop.
I think he's going to drop. I think he is going to drop. I don't think he's going to drop out of the first round, but I think he's going to drop.
Ever to do it with shoulder pads. The last player to play consistency on both sides of the ball.
Street corner Becky said I also linked this website because it has way less ads than Walter Football.
8 starts on both offense and on defense. Obviously, one of the
What do they say?
We'll see if his protege is able
The Giants are going for.
So, fireworks early here tonight. Jacksonville making the trade, moving up to number 2. I'm told the pick is
Same thing.
number 3. So the New York Giants, who've been waiting all off-season long to see what direction this team would go. For so long, we expected to go in the direction of quarterback, and then that conversation seemed to have ceased. Perhaps they'll target a quarterback later in the night. There's the Giants' draft room. John Mara looking for results quickly here after a very disappointing...
Wait, is Brian Dable still the coach?
After Cam Ward went number 1 and Travis Hunter went number 2, it's time to find out who's going number 3.
He's still the head coach for the Giants? I thought they fired that guy.
In the 2025 NFL draft,
I'm surprised they didn't, honestly.
New York Giants select Abdul Carter,
Okay.
defensive end, Penn State.
Who is penciled in as the starting quarterback for the Giants then? Because I know that Jones is in...
Abdul will be an all-pro.
Daniel Jones is in Minnesota, I believe. So I don't know who the Giants have on deck for QB.
Street corner Becky said Eeny, Meeny, Minnie, and Mo. Street corner Becky said Jameis Winston.
Oh, wait, yeah, Winston. Hey, I hope he does start. I love Jameis Winston. He is always entertaining. He'll definitely give the New York fan base fireworks. Maybe not necessarily for the reasons they want, but it'll be present there. The Patriots. They signed Stephon Diggs in the offseason too. I forget who their new coach is, but I do like Drake May. I don't know if I don't know what else Diggs has left in him.
Giants also signed Russell Wilson.
Oh, they signed Russell Wilson. Okay, so I expect then that they're probably going to start with Russell Wilson and have Jameis in the on the bench. Russell Wilson and Brian Dable. I guess I could see that possibly working.
In the draft, the elite first step quickness, the ability to bend, the ability to turn the corner. His first step is the best that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, like Von Miller says it all the time, right? And Boog, you know this. You played some of the best pass rushers of all time down there in Tampa with guys like Simeon Wright. This guy can get off the rock. And here's the thing that impresses me the most about him. He flat out plays hard. When you talk about competitive character, for 60 minutes,
it's so hard to evaluate pass rushers, though, because like all of their highlight footage, when you look at it, like it's against offensive linemen who aren't going to make it in the NFL. So a lot of the plays they're showing right now, though, shows like his instincts, like very patient reading defense or reading the offense, and then like knowing when to pursue to the edges rather than over pursuing on the edges. That sort of thing is hard to coach.
Street corner Becky said it's the combine and pro days that scouts really get to see them.
Yeah, but that stuff is not indicative, though.
After your name was called with your dad and the rest of your family.
Yeah, it was surreal. I wouldn't be
like, there are so many pass rushers that could put up really good film footage, and then when they get into the pros, they're like nothing.
Billy, you grew up an Eagles fan. How are you going to bring the Giants?
What was that guy's name we drafted? Was it
in the NFC East?
Yeah, I'm all New York. New York getting everything from you. All that passion that I have, all the love that I have.
Yeah, it was Boogie Basham. Yeah, Carlos was his name. Carlos Boogie Basham. We drafted him along with Greg Rousseau. Let's see. We drafted him in the second round. He was, I think, he was the 61st pick in the second round. We drafted Greg Rousseau in the first.
Becky said, I like Rousseau.
Rousseau actually ended up developing into a pretty decent pass rusher right now. But still, even him, he's not Joey Bosa. You know, he didn't, even though he's a first round pick, he didn't develop into like that, you know, superstar home run hitting pass rusher. But like Basham, we traded him in his second year, so he didn't stick around at all. And then we just have such like a laundry list of pass rushers who just didn't work out because it's hard to translate that. It's hard to translate that film into something tangible.
Wait, what?
Just because the talent level of offensive linemen in the NFL is so much different.
See you on game day.
Especially if you're on if you have a defense that doesn't have like, I think a lot of our pass rushing success in the past.
Street corner Becky said, I want Gene for the Bears, but no way he drops to 10. Then Ratman said, if you want a fun football game to play, you should look into Legend Bowl. It feels like that's the Fire Pro Wrestling of football games. There is a lot of things you can do on that game.
I feel like I've heard of that one before. Legend Bowl?
What's better than a limited time deal?
I think maybe I heard about it in the context of being like,
with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger is available all the time because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh! For the best deal of all time.
oh, come on.
Lowe's knows it's easier to.
Enough of that. Ugh.
Street corner Becky said Therese also Mutant League Football, the newer versions.
Yeah, I heard about it in the context of it being, I guess, old school, similar to like a Mutant League Football, or maybe that was a different game somebody was telling me about.
Yeah, okay. E.T. Eyes on, hype going. I'm official like a referee with whistle, super pixel. My
Street corner Becky said Retro Bowl is like that.
Hands good, so we caught that. Next play, they fall back. I tell them to move the chain. My eyes on. You can.
Okay, I mean it's only I guess it's 80% off right now, $5. Although I did just drop $50 on fucking Oblivion remaster, so I should definitely not spend any more money on games right now. But you know what I'm gonna do though? I am going to it's just $5. Maybe I should try. I don't know. I add it to my wish list. I have to exercise more discipline for my Steam addiction here. Although the Oblivion thing wasn't addiction based. We all knew that was going to happen the moment that game was announced. Or leaked, rather. I kind of want to, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll play Oblivion while I have the draft going on in the background. I've been thinking about it all day, honestly.
Drafted by Tennessee. Number 2, all heck broke loose immediately. Jacksonville trading up from number 5 to number 2 with the Browns and taking Travis Hunter, the sensational two-way star out of Colorado. Number 3, the New York Giants. Quarterback.
Let me see if there's a. Let me see if they have any Longhorns projected to go in the first round. I always got to keep an eye out for Longhorns. Yeah, offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr. projected to go to the Bears via a trade with Indy.
Here's the commissioner with the Patriots pick.
Jahdae Barron, cornerback from Texas. Texas used to be called DBU. I don't know if they still have that rep.
Street corner
Will
Becky
Campbell.
said, I don't want the Bears to trade down.
Here's a young man who has been a star for a long time. Came out of Monroe, Louisiana, as a
That's who they projected.
offensive lineman that state had produced in 7 years.
Patriots will be getting a day one starter and a culture guy for their offensive line. Not a fan of that, but that's good for them, I guess. This guy looks small.
I've known him since he was 18 years old. He's always been a left tackle. He was the left tackle at LSU, and he'll play left tackle in the NFL. I know there are concerns and questions about the arm length.
No.
Corner Becky said Peter Schrager knows
6'5", 319.
Good morning football forever.
6'5", 319. But they mentioned his arm length. Maybe that's why he looked small to me, because I guess he has shorter arms.
His recovery is some of the the best that you'll see at the left tackle position. Footwork is tremendous. Has the ability to mirror and stay in front of defenders. And from a power standpoint, has the power to stop and anchor all the speed rushing. But I think what New England needs to know what they're getting an alpha in the room, a leader. If you're Mike Vrabel and you're coming in there and you're bringing
Mike Vrabel, that's who it is. Mike Vrabel. I was trying to remember who New England's new coach is.
Corner Becky said, I will say that most SEC linemen pan out to be at least decent.
Offensive linemen in this draft, there were quite a few tackles we'll hear tonight.
Armand Membo of Missouri has a right tackle. So you want a left tackle. Remember last year, J.C. Latham, left right tackle, moved to left tackle and struggled. Now he's back at right tackle. That's not automatic. So they want that blindside protector. They had to have it for Drake May. He's the franchise. Will Campbell, the arm length is an issue. He's an outlier. The outliers can be great. There's no question. Will Campbell's run blocking, phenomenal. Pass protection, though, for Drake May, who will get the ball out. He'll protect Will a little bit as well in that regard. I'm keeping an eye
I like Drake May. This is a good move to get him some first-round caliber protection, for sure. I've always been more down on Jesus, I just forgot the guy's name. Mike Vrabel. I've always been a little bit more down on Mike Vrabel as a coach than like my friends of mine. My buddy Marty has always sworn to me, no, he's a good coach. He's a good coach, but I just never personally really saw it. I mean, I saw that he's a good coach, but not like, oh, you're gonna win a championship with this guy. But if ever there was an opportunity to prove me wrong, unfortunately, it would be here.
I'll tell you what, I don't know what they're going to do, but I can tell you what right now Mike Vrabel's doing, and he's walking around in that draft room shaking hands. So I'll tell you this, they have gone to work, Greeny, this offseason and trying to make sure Drake May...
Street corner Becky said if Sanders doesn't go here to Cleveland or to Las Vegas, he's going to drop like a rock.
Now you got Will Campbell, who on that highlight right there...
You think that Dion wants his kid playing in Cleveland? I think he would much rather have him playing in Las Vegas.
As well as anybody in this draft. Look, I think methodically New England is addressing all the things that all offseason we said they need to address. Will Campbell will be a decades-long left tackle bookend for them. This was a no-brainer pick in my
Street corner Becky said actually if the Raiders don't draft him, some teams may just think something is wrong with him.
All through the last few months. They've been the players that we were expecting to hear.
Street corner Becky said Dion admitted to leaving him in games to pad his stats.
And so the Browns are now on the clock. They will make the next selection, having traded back at number 5. In the meantime, Verizon Business brings us back down to the stage, and Molly is there with Will Campbell. Molly.
Well, you're just the second ever LSU O-lineman to be picked in the first round. I can see that you're emotional here. How meaningful is it for you to represent this program in the state of Louisiana?
It means everything. They did so much for me and my family, and for me to be able to represent them the right way, I'll never be able to repay them for what they did for me.
I know you spent a lot of time with Patriots staff and head coach Mike Vrabel. What do you like about the culture that he's building there in New England?
That logo speaks for itself, but you know, Coach Vrabel is a guy who I want to play for. He's
Street corner Becky said he definitely sounds like he's from the SEC level.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, this guy sounds like a fucking mechanic. He sounds like a fucking truck mechanic and working at a Jiffy Lube somewhere in rural America.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Now you can hear the awe in his voice. What a wonderful moment. Reminder.
Was that awe?
It's not just about the analysis, but it's about the opportunity for these young men. By the way, the older football fans in our audience will appreciate this. Mel, the Patriots have drafted a top 10 offensive lineman only once.
Street corner Becky said only the second LSU lineman drafted in the first. The other is Alan Faneca. Good company.
Wait, was Nate Soldier not a first rounder?
Head coach. It'll be awesome coaching, then getting angry with my players during practice, then yelling to my assistant that I need my coffee BR week. Man, what a perfect life that'll be. Street corner Becky said he was. He played at Colorado.
Yeah, why did they just say New England never drafted a offensive lineman in the first round since like the 70s or whatever he fucking said? Like they drafted Nate Soldier in the first round.
Street corner Becky said it was to do with LSU.
Oh.
Defensive tackle, Michigan.
So after all of the speculation about all of
This is Cleveland, Mason Graham.
the trades, these have been the players we were expecting. Mason Graham is a two-time All-American from Los Angeles. He was the defensive MVP of the Rose Bowl.
I don't even see him on here.
Wolverines won the national title. Was a star wrestler in high school as well. Jim Harbaugh called him a gift from the football god.
Oh, they had him going at number 13 to the Dolphins. What the fuck? Where did Walter have him?
Maybe go ahead of them. Defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, but Mason Graham third on my big board. Cleveland made that deal, kind of threw it out of whack a little.
Walter had him going to the Bears at 10. Huh.
But on the fact they have other need areas, but defensive tackle was one of those.
Has been viewed as a likely top 5 pick for the past few months, and he could go there. If he falls to number 13, this is a nice one for Miami, who'd be getting a day one culture change. Oh, why they have him projected so low if they think he's a fucking top 5 caliber talent? Bears go with the best player available. Sounds like Mason Graham, Tyler Warner is a home size. And while the Bears spent a ton of resources off the line, they really did both Mason Graham. Okay, well, they don't have much information from their end, but seems like whoever put this together is kind of doing CYA here. Like, yeah, he's a top 5 pick, but also he falls out of the top 10. Who's on the clock now? You don't think the Jets would be interested in Sanders if the Raiders don't pick him?
Street corner Becky said they could be.
I wish I was an NFL head coach. It'll be awesome coaching then getting angry at my players during practice, then yelling to my assistant that I need coffee break. Man, what a perfect life that would be. You would think. I don't know if you're Lynn. I don't know if you're psychotic enough to get into being a head coach. You have to be a complete and total psychopath to do a head coach at the NFL level. I'll be back in a bit.
With the draft, it's a crapshoot. With needs and surprise picks changing your draft game plan. That's one of the reasons I love it so much.
Thank you, Greeny. Mason, you are a tone setter for Michigan's defense. What kind of attitude and toughness are you bringing to Cleveland?
I mean, just fierce competitor. I want to come in there and win, get to the top and then, win a Super Bowl. So that's, my one mission coming in, and that's what I'm going to do.
A Michigan man is going to the state of Ohio. How are you going to make amends with those fans after what you did to the Buckeyes the last 3 years?
I'm sure we'll get along pretty well coming here pretty soon.
All right, good luck. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Greeny.
That's exactly right. Heading into what would have been considered enemy territory previously, but now the new favorite son of the Cleveland Browns, Mason Graham, an outstanding player. So now the Vegas Raiders are on the clock, and what a fascinating decision they have ahead of them here. Early in this process, Mel, we were talking about Shedeur Sanders here. He has a long history with Tom Brady. That conversation has pretty much died away completely. That was part of the early discussion. That's not what we're expecting, at least here. They have Pete Carroll. You see him there in the draft room as the Raiders make their decision at number 6.
What about Geno Smith now, right? Pete Carroll are tied together. Pete made Geno great, right? Made an outstanding quarterback in this league. He still has probably 3 years left where he can play at a very solid level. So for Geno Smith to help him out, what does Pete Carroll want to do? Run the football. He had Marshawn Lynch. They drafted Rashad Penny. Didn't work out, but they still took him in round 1. You look at a guy like Ashton Genty, what he can mean to this football team. I've been 4th overall on the big board. My philosophy is not my ranking. On value, on ability, he's the 4th best player in this draft. He deserves to be a pick this high. Based on that, I think the Raiders would look at the running back Ashton Genty over Armand Membo, the offensive tackle from Missouri.
Yeah, look, this is a football team that didn't have a rusher go over 500 yards last year. You just can't have that in the NFL. So you would think that Pete Carroll, considering where he came from and what his philosophy is, he'd be sitting there going, how do we not take the guy?
Yeah. It's a team that has a lot of holes, and so one might think that taking a running back is a bit of a luxury for a team with as many needs as this team has. We're going to find out right now. I see the commissioner making his way towards the microphone. Here comes
Len Bradman said, I am an aspiring comic creator. I think I'm overqualified in that regard, LOL.
56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
Well, we'll go over the numbers one more time. What a season he had. 2,600 rushing yards, 29 touchdowns. Unanimous All-American, won the Maxwell Award, the Doak Walker Award, and finished runner-up for the Heisman. fascinating life story. His dad was a naval officer, so he played his first year of high school football in Naples, Italy, and was a quarterback. Ultimately wound up in Frisco, Texas, then to Boise for college, and now he is a Las Vegas Raider.
Spectacular all-around running back. He was a workhorse. He only had one game where he had 30-plus carries in 2023. This past year, he had 8 games.
Street corner Becky said Raiders to Ashton Jeanty, running back, 2,600 yards last year in 29 TDs. Pete Carroll got his new beast mode. Street corner Becky said took.
He had 43 catches in 2023. Now, 750 career carries, it's a lot, right? Also, he's a little loose with the football. High and tight, right? He's got to learn that. 5 fumbles in 2023, 3 fumbles in 2024. That's 8 fumbles over the last couple of years. Penn State game, he had a fumble loss. Also had another fumble in that game. So in terms of a guy who can impact the game, running, catching, and guess what? He'll block. Is that last line of protection for Geno Smith. Ashton Jeanty will get the job done. He gets by those blockers. Defenders, players can't even locate him. And then he's gone with the contact balance and the game-breaking speed. Hey, I'm against running backs in the first round, but on ability, like I said, 4th best player in the draft, and Pete Carroll wants to run the ball and take some of that pressure off of Geno Smith.
I love it. You finally come around to the running back after all these years.
I'll meet you halfway on the floor.
I love it. Bring it. It's a few things as a running back you have to have in the National Football League. Can you make the guy miss in the hole? He can do that. From a contact balance standpoint, when you get hit, can you absorb the first hit and then continue on? He can do that. And then the third thing, can you take it to the house? He does all 3 of those things well. That's why he'll be a successful NFL running back.
Greeny, I had the privilege of seeing this young man up close and personal at the Fiesta Bowl this year. And I said when we were preparing for that game, this is Emmitt Smith. This is Emmitt Smith with home run breakaway speed. The vision and the elusiveness. He's built like a bodybuilder, like a power lifter, but he's got the jump cut ability to get that ball out on the perimeter. And then you just see the lower body power as he's weaving his way through traffic with like that next level vision. He's going to rip off plus 20, 30, 40-yard runs on the regular. Emmitt Smith, he did this on the regular at the NFL level. What was Emmitt's superpower? It was the vision, it was the lower body balance, the ability to see things that other people simply couldn't see. And he didn't have the kind of speed, the kind of breakaway speed that Ashton Jeanty has. And when you talk about contact balance and burst and the ability to get yardage after initial contact, nobody does it better than this guy. Nobody. And then look at him turn on the jets. It's easy. It's easy, smooth acceleration. And I'm telling you, when you get up on him close, you will think, how does this guy have that kind of stride like and be able to run like that? Emmitt Smith, same way. If you didn't get a good hit on him, if you didn't wrap him up, he was going to the house on you. Now here on this run in particular, he's able to take it the distance. Hey, look, I don't think this is a wild comparison by any means. This is a great player, the Vegas Raiders, this guy.
It's as good a comparison as you could ever possibly ask for. Verizon Business back to the stage. Molly.
Thanks, Greeny. Ashton, you told me that at 10 years old, you knew you were born to play this game. Standing up here now, an NFL running back, top 6 pick. What would you say to your 10-year-old self?
Man, just continue to trust in God and your abilities and stay disciplined. All your goals and dreams are accomplishable.
Raiders' new head coach Pete Carroll loves to build a team around running the football. He used to coach one of your favorites in Marshawn Lynch. How will you bring beast mode to Vegas?
Yeah, I think just that same energy, that attitude he comes with, that nobody can tackle them on the football field.
All right, congratulations. The highest selection ever for a Boise State player.
Thank you so much.
Greeny.
Molly, the Raiders averaged 3.6 yards per rush last year, last in the NFL. Look at the celebration. Lone Star High School, Texas. Congratulations. You have produced a first-round pick in the NFL.
All right, back. I heard the Ashton Jeanty call. Look, I started my stream hours before I usually do, so unfortunately that means that you guys are going to get interrupted with me running off to the bathroom. Such as it is. I heard the Austin Jeanty call in the stream though, and you know what? That makes sense. They were talking about they were talking about Pete Carroll, who I forgot pulled himself out of retirement to go to
Street corner
Vegas.
Said I like the pick for them, but I wanted him.
It makes sense. I didn't even know that they had Geno Smith in the Jets, so that's a good combo. Geno with Pete Carroll, and now they have their. I guess, baby beast mode running back. You know, Vegas might be interesting. Is Max Crosby still there? I know there was some speculation about him going elsewhere. I think Buffalo was considering trading for him before we signed Joey Bosa. Is he sticking around in Vegas?
Street corner Becky said they made Crosby the highest paid defensive player, so yeah, he's staying.
Okay, cool. Well, AFC West. The Chiefs are the Chiefs, so even when they suck, they're still going to win the championship, unfortunately. The Broncos are on the up and up. Bo Nix started off the season looking kind of crappy, but man, did they really turn it on by the end of it.
Street corner Becky said the Chiefs are due to fall off.
People say that, but I don't know. They said that about New England the entire time Tom Brady was having his reign there. So you never know. They underperformed drastically last year and still won the Super Bowl. So who knows what a fall off means for them. I won't believe it until I see it. So, but outside from the Chiefs, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with the Chargers. They should have been a lot better than they ended up being. And I still like, Jim Harbaugh. I still like Jim Harbaugh as a coach, but they underperformed.
Becky said they lost to the Eagles in the Super Bowl, but I do agree, it's hard to count them out ever.
Yeah, they did lose this year, didn't they? They did. I forgot. You know what? They've won so many times in the recent past that you kind of get them mixed up a bit. But you're right, they did lose. But they still got there. They still got there. All right, let's see.
The announcement.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu, Missouri, tackle.
Armand Membu.
Becky said, damn it, Membu was also someone I wanted.
He is from just outside Kansas City. Became a starter midway through his freshman year, so he started 30 games at right tackle for the Tigers.
Well, he nailed this one. The best physical traits of any tackle in this class. Raiders can keep building from the trenches. New general manager. Wait, hold on a second.
Plug and play right tackle. They have to feel he will be a Pro Bowl right tackle. 29 starts over the last 3 years. 25 starts the last 2 years at right tackle. Powerful hand.
Okay.
The second level as a run blocker could improve in that area. The kick out, the footwork overall, powerful punch. The way anchored, the hand placement was excellent. And like I said, once he showed he had the length and he had the ability physically, athletically to be a right tackle, not have to kick inside.
Wait, who is the Jets coach? Who is the Jets coach right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's a plug-and-play guy, right? Last year's first-round pick, Olafacino, stays at left tackle now. Membu just moves
Street corner Becky said Aaron Glenn.
Oh, yeah. The Lions defensive coordinator, I believe. Right? See, the DC or the OC for the Lions last year? I think it was the DC. I think it was the OC, rather.
Street corner Becky said yup, also loved watching him play in his day.
Of any team in the NFL, and over the years, the reaction.
I don't need the AFC East to start developing it to like competition for us.
The Jets, second round selection.
Street corner Becky said low.
Johnny Mitchell, tight end, Nebraska.
And the fans are letting it know which way they want to go. Kyle Brady.
Sanchez, quarterback USC. Sam Darnold. Zach Wilson, quarterback BYU.
Just a history of sad first-round draft picks. rubbing it in Jets fans' faces.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious.
All right. I think I'm gonna have that running in the background, but I think I'm gonna see if I can double dip. I'm gonna see if I can the pick is already in for the Panthers. You know what? I just can't remember anything that happened this offseason. The Panthers also have a new coach, don't they? I can't remember. The only coaching change that I can remember right now. So I think the Cowboys ended up having to settle for Brian Schottenheimer. And that made me laugh. Outside of that, I can't remember any other.
Becky said Dave Canales.
Who the fuck is Dave Canales?
Street Corner Becky said Schottenheimer was already on the staff. He just got promoted.
Yeah, that's a part of what made it funny. He was obviously like a last-ditch savior-ass solution. Oh, he was assistant coach under Pete Carroll. He was the OC for the Bucks. Oh, right. He was the OC for the Bucks. And then was the head coach for the Panthers. He was head coach last year. Okay. I just don't remember at all. I don't remember anything about this dude at all. I mean, I guess the Panthers weren't necessarily a team to pay attention to with the 5 wins and 12 losses, but I guess we'll have to see where they go from here. Is this a landing spot for Sanders?
Street Corner Becky said they have Bryce Young.
Yeah, I know, which is why I'm going. Is this a landing spot for Sanders?
Street Corner Becky said Liam Cohen is the new coach of the Jags. During his press conference, he said Duval
I remember seeing that. That's a part of what makes this cycle seem weird, is that all of these new coaches, with the exception of like Aaron Glenn, they all just seem so lousy. It seems like, and maybe I'm wrong, and then maybe they can prove me wrong, but I saw that press conference where he was like, Duval. I was like, oh my God, this guy has absolutely no juice. I don't know how this is going to play out, but it's already starting off like a disaster. It's like when the Giants hired Ben McAdoo as the coach.
Becky said, I think Ben Johnson is the best hire the Bears could have made.
Yeah, he's another good one. It's like when the Bears hired Ben McAdoo as the head coach, and he showed up to that press conference wearing his dad's suit. But Ben Johnson is also like an Aaron Glenn, where it's like, okay, this makes sense and this could work out. We'll have to see. But some of these other picks are just like, what's going on here? And Mike Vrabel makes sense too, but there's just something weird about New England being dedicated to only hiring people who have ever either played for New England or coached under Belichick. Like, that's the only coaches they ever consider.
That we've had tonight have been the players we expected to be drafted. There was one major change.
Street Corner Becky said the only wild thing so far to me is the Jags and Browns trade.
Yeah, everything else seems to generally be going according to mock scripts.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
Teteroa McMillan, what a name.
So that one isn't what we expected. Outstanding player. They call
Street Corner Becky said, damn it, I wanted McMillan.
You keep saying that about every player picked, man, but like, all these guys are first round graded.
Against the Lobos.
This guy has him at 19.
Mike Evans over the last couple of weeks. Everybody thought maybe Jacksonville, right, with Liam Cohen would go that direction. They, in fact, moved up to get Travis Hunter. Think about where we are with Teteroa McMillan. He's 19 right now on my big board. so he is a reach. I thought Matthew Golden from Texas would be the first receiver taken, but hey, the ability to make the contested catch is his forte. That's why Drake London was a comp.
Oh, this guy has him at 12.
Corner Becky said, yeah, the Mocs were straight stupid thinking he wouldn't be top 10.
The Cowboys made a mistake heading into the 2024 season with CeeDee Lamb as their only valuable receiver. I'll need to give Dak Prescott another weapon. All right, well, it's not going to be this guy. All right. Pick is in for the Saints, and your Bears are on the clock.
Came on at quarterback, really helped his cause, but 84 catches this past year speaks volume. The kind of ability he had, 8 went for touchdowns. The catch radius, the length, the contested situations go his way. And the NFL guys, will there be enough separation? Can he get it done, Lou, against NFL
Street corner Becky said, I'm sure the Bears will draft an OT.
I hope so. I'm sure Caleb Williams hopes so too.
Bigger catch radius, he doesn't have to be as accurate. But when you talk about the contested catches on the college level, if you can't get open in college, how are you going to get open
Street
in the
corner
NFL?
Becky said, Kelvin Banks Jr. or something boring but
I get
necessary.
how pretty he looks, I get the contested catches, but can he get open in the NFL? Drake London is a fair comparison. He didn't take off in the NFL in Atlanta until they moved him inside in the slot and allowed him to get some free releases. So will they have to move T-Mac inside, or can he get open on the outside?
Well, which is where he played plenty at Arizona. He played in the slot quite often in Arizona. And Jed Fish, who coached him down there before he left to go to Washington, did some really nice things with him as far as getting him on linebackers, getting him on safety, where he could use some of that subtle movement in the way to get open. And his catch radius is something Bryce Young's going to absolutely need, and you're right. As you see him here hugging the commish, all these guys, you can just see
Street corner Becky said, Otaro Warren, the Tay from Penn State, they let Keenan Allen walk. He'd be a nice two-set Tay with Cole Kmet.
Placed delay on the commissioner there. Cheteroa McMillan was a very proud winner of the Polynesian Player of the Year awards, both in high school and in college.
Street corner Becky said, tight ends lower.
This guy thinks that thought that Indy was gonna trade up, or I think Indy's gonna trade with the Bears.
Wide receiver ever selected in the first round of the NFL draft. So an interesting move here by a Carolina team. This was the first thing we've seen that had not been forecast pretty much anywhere that I'd look.
Well, because we thought Carolina was going to go defense, but I get the fact.
Wait, Daniel Jones is in Indianapolis? I thought he went to Minnesota.
Fortify the defense and keep the points down, or do you try to evaluate the young quarterback by getting him some weapons? I like the move. Bryce Young came on at the end of last season. We started to see promise. And so if you're Carolina, why not help the young quarterback to see if you can continue this climb that he's made toward the end of last season?
Taking the wide receiver is perhaps not the big surprise. Which receiver?
He was in Minnesota last
A
year.
bit of a surprise to some. In the meantime, Verizon Business.
Why do I not remember that?
Molly is with Cheteroa McMillan. Molly.
Cheteroa, I know that you're wearing a lei that your grandmother made, and there is a rich history of Hawaiian-born players in the NFL. How special is it to join that brotherhood?
Oh, man,
Street corner Becky said he only stayed with Minnesota after the Giants cut him, mainly on Minnesota's practice squad.
Sure, at the end of the day, I'm trying to put on for the Polynesian culture and, make everybody proud.
I have very limited memories of this. I just remember him going to Minnesota, but I don't remember him doing that mid-season.
Man, I'm ready
Interesting.
to do whatever it takes. I know I got a quarterback I can trust in, a coaching staff that believes in me, and teammates that are ready to play for me, and I'm ready.
A quarterback you can trust in.
Sky's the limit for this organization, man.
I have not been paying attention to. Well, in my defense, I've kind of had a lot going on.
Corner Becky said the Giants had him playing backup safety in practice, so he asked to be cut.
And as you can see, they are a team that has gone the longest.
I do remember that, actually. Yeah, I do remember that. I remember that. Yeah, I kind of had a lot going on the start of the year, so I didn't really pay attention to football after the Bills' loss.
Shedeur Sanders in this spot.
I just love the fit. I go back to Drew Brees. I see similarities to Drew coming out. Arm strength question, similar size, right? He was going to go to Miami. Didn't because of the shoulder, right? He ends up in New Orleans, wins a Super Bowl, right? You think about where we are right now with Shedeur Sanders in this pick. I remember a few years back when the Saints traded up in the first round, thought it was going to be Lamar Jackson. It was Marcus Davenport, defensive end at Texas San Antonio. The division, the two former #1 pick overalls, and Baker and Bryce, in addition to Michael Penix Jr. If I'm the Saints, I'm taking Shedeur Sanders.
Street corner Becky said, I keep saying it, but if Sanders isn't here, it's a long wait.
the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle.
Oh, there goes your Kelvin Banks Jr.
Kelvin Banks Jr. is one of the most decorated linemen in
Street
Texas
corner
history.
Becky
He
said,
was a
"God damn it."
unanimous All-American last year. He won the Outland Trophy. He won the Lombardi Award. He was a
Where's he
starter
at?
as a true freshman coming out of Houston. He started all 42 games he played. And Mel, he was a huge part of the resurrection of Longhorns football under Steve Sarkisian.
The offensive line's an issue. I just wonder who's going to be playing quarterback for this football team moving forward. You think about where we are right now in that division. Shador Sanders is sitting there. You take Kelvin Banks Jr., who didn't have a great year at Texas. Now, he was a little banged up.
This guy did not last outside of the top 10. They thought you were going to trade down and take him at 14.
Corner Becky said Derek Carr may miss the entire season, by the way.
In August, he was projected to be maybe a top 5 pick. Like I said, he didn't play up to the level of the talent this year.
Is he still in New Orleans?
When you go back to 2023, when he was 100%, it was in abundance.
Yeah, look, I talked to Steve
Street
Sarkisian
corner
recently
Becky
about
said,
Kelvin
yeah.
Banks, and he could not rave about this young man more in terms of his competitiveness, how good of a teammate.
I used to like Derek Carr a lot. He's really fallen off. It's kind of disappointing that his career is going the way that it is.
Never distracted him. He was continuously there for his team. As you mentioned, he wasn't
Street corner
100%
Becky
healthy,
said, "Why
but
I
when
thought
he is,
Saints may take
this guy
Sanders
is
since they have
smooth,
nothing
big
behind
big
Carr."
Heavy hands, got a nasty playing personality. He can pass protect with the very best of them, and the New Orleans Saints need it. They're one of the very worst teams in the NFL.
I get a feeling that NFL teams don't want to deal with the baggage that would come with drafting Sanders early on.
But this guy's a building block. They needed a player like this, and he is a culture builder. Sark could not be happier and more effusive in his praise for Kelvin Banks.
And it kind of goes with how Mickey Loomis built his team. 8 out of the last 10 picks, Greeny, have been offensive linemen.
All right, your Bears pick is in.
He understands how to build this team. Yeah, he may need a quarterback, but this is a young man. He's got to play. He's got to finish a little bit more, finish his blocks. But I love, as Lewis says, a building block.
Street corner Becky said, "I kind of think the teams want to avoid Dion and also kind of show out to people that you can't just be a personality and get your kid immediately drafted high or something."
Yeah, that's kind of what I think too.
Ladies and gentlemen, NFL fans everywhere, hold on to your hats because boy do we have an announcement for you. Live from the heart of the NFL Draft right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's right, Colleen. The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a thrilling season. Yeah, this is when we get to geek out over every single game and bye week, the primetime revenge and rematches, those late season divisional dates that end up
Oh my God, come on. We don't need to tell us this shit.
playing at Lambeau in December. Ooh, we're going to have to find out. You'll find out soon, okay? How about these rookies, the players who are drafted here tonight? When
Oh my
and
God.
where do they make
Why
their
are you
NFL
stretching this shit out?
We're going to find that out as well. Let's not forget the expanding lineup of
Street corner
international
Becky
games
said,
as
"Lol,
well
I'm
as
all about it."
Thanksgiving
All about
Day.
this?
There's so many
You're all about
fascinating
this?
matchups. It's the best. Yes, because nothing says holiday cheer like watching
Then
your
Radman
team
said, "What
destroy
did I miss?
another."
Had to turn the house upside down looking for some Tums, TM, after eating a meat lover's pizza." Street corner Becky said yes.
Will be dropped on May 14th. There we go. Lock it up. We can't wait. You can tweet it out, tell everybody, and don't miss it. Be sure to check out all the great content from the NFL team sites, the club social channels around the
Street
schedule
corner
release,
Becky
into
said,
NFL
"Nice.
Network,
Day before
as
my
well as
B-day for the
ESPN. So
schedule."
much. Full coverage of the thrilling 2025 matchups. May 14th.
Okay.
I know. It's basically here at this point. Guys, get ready and buckle up.
They couldn't just say, "Hey guys, by the way, schedule's going to drop May 15th. Pay attention." That's it? They couldn't just say that?
14th, which is a Wednesday, the 2025 NFL schedule release show. We will have the full Monday.
I just watched the sunset live during the course of this broadcast for the past, how long have I been streaming for? An hour? Hour and 9 minutes? Hour and 9 minutes, and we're only at the 10th fucking pick.
There is no rivalry in any American professional sport, and that includes all of them. Quite like the Bears and the Packers, which goes back to the very beginning of the National Football League's history. And so these Packer fans will boo the Bears even more loudly than they boo the commissioner. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce Chicago
Street corner
selection at
Becky
10.
said, "Lol, this is on primetime every year. People go wild for it. It's even on ABC."
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael.
That would have been funny if they started booing that. They lost a legend, Steve McMichael. Boo.
Street corner Becky said, "Yes. Rest in peace, Mungo." Len Radman said, "Happy early birthday. I'd sing you the happy birthday song, but that too is TM, I think little."
It is. The birthday song is registered, is copyrighted by, I think, Warner Brothers.
1975 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
Oh, y'all drafted Walter Payton again. I guess y'all dug him up. You dug him up from the grave.
For nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give
Street
back
corner
to
Becky
his
said, "That's
community
a cool tribute for
with
the
the Walter
50th
Payton
anniversary of
NFL
Sweetness
Man
being
of the Year
drafted."
Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Colston Loveland.
Colston Loveland grew up on a farm in Bliss, Idaho, which has a population of 258 people.
This is who they thought the Colts was gonna trade up to get.
Street corner Becky said, "So we took a different tight end than I would have wanted."
School history, a finalist for the Mackey Award. Mel, interesting that he goes ahead of Tyler Warren, who had been expected to be the first tight end off the draft.
Colts at 14, got to be sitting there hoping Tyler Warren slides down to them a few picks from now. But look at Colston Loveland.
Fair enough. If he's a weapon, he's a weapon.
Corner Becky said, "Right, ahead of Tyler Warren." Len Radman asks why the boost.
They're in the draft is in Green
Becky
Bay.
said, "How yeah, too tight and set then."
He snatched the ball with his hands. Blocking needs to improve. But what did they want? They have Cole Kmet. They want a third receiving option, a receiving entity. You talked what Brock Bowers was last year. You have DJ Moore. You have Romo Dunze for Caleb Williams. Now you add that big-time receiver. He can get down the middle of the field, and he can make big catches, and he has run after the catch ability. And Colston Loveland, Boog.
Very rarely, Greeny, do you get a tight end that can threaten the defense at all three levels. Short, intermediate, and he can go deep. As a defender, we don't prepare for tight ends to go 30, 40, 50 yards down the field. He can do that. Essentially, he plays like a big wide receiver. And you talk about the matchup problems. Giving a young quarterback another chess piece to work with. This is the ultimate. I think Sean Payton calls him a joker. This is the ultimate joker now that Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears have for Caleb Williams.
Yeah, the thing about it, though, about him is the fact that even though he is such a great athlete and he comes off the ball so fast.
Street corner Becky said, "Seeing his highlights, I'm good with it."
Personnel, right, with two wide receivers, two tight ends, and you go sub and put a defensive back on the field, this guy will maul a defensive back in the run game. If you go with a light box and go nickel, because he will block your rear end off. This is look, Ben Johnson. This is exactly the kind of chess piece.
Wait, what is this?
Was scared she might have me want to get with a white woman because I was scared. She might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
There you go. See, come on, cat.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think
Street
white women
corner
are as
Becky
great as any
asks
other
Cat
women.
Williams.
But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth.
It's him talking to Shannon Sharp. I was only just made aware of the Shannon Sharp situation earlier today. I had no idea what was. I knew he was trending like a couple days ago or so, but I had no idea why.
Street corner Becky said, "I saw that interview. It was hilarious."
I don't know what the fuck this dude is talking about here. I just saw this tweet. But I like Cat Williams. Cat Williams is a funny dude.
Street corner Becky said it had a lot to do with Diddy.
I know he doesn't
Street
like
corner
Diddy.
Becky said the interview, I mean.
Yeah, I know he doesn't like Diddy. He was calling him out about that shit a while ago.
Is that Hidden Valley Ranch?
It was on ad, okay. Oh, man.
Street corner Becky said this reminds me of 2005 when Aaron Rodgers dropped to 24th to the Packers.
You think Sanders has that kind of career trajectory ahead of him?
Street corner Becky said not at all.
I don't either. I can understand. I mean, I never thought he was going to be a top 10 pick to begin with. I'm not even for certain he's going to be a first round pick. Maybe. I mean, who's down here in the bottom half?
Craving more football? Experience the game like never before.
Every snap, every play. We take you inside the huddle. Yellow Rachel, on ready. On the sidelines.
They have him going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I guess I could see that, maybe. I can kind of see that, maybe. But, I don't know. I don't see any other opportunity for him on this list here.
Imagine if there's an ESPN Sportsbook app.
Street corner Becky said Travis Hunter was a 5-star recruit out of high school. He only went to Jackson State with Dion because of the no money. Then he transferred to Colorado.
You're literally describing ESPN Bet, which exists.
It'd be a total game changer. It's one of my best ideas.
ESPN Bet, the official sportsbook of ESPN.
All right, I think I'm going to I'm gonna keep the draft on here in the background, but I think I'm gonna flip on Oblivion.
Street corner Becky said Duke was always going to be a beast. I just think Shader has been propped up.
That's the general vibe I get whenever I read write-ups on Sanders, is that he's kind of just propped up a little bit. Not that he isn't talented, not that he doesn't have the capacity to succeed, but like he has the capacity to succeed in the NFL the same way that like a third-round quarterback does. You know, and which Russell Wilson was a third-round pick, so you never know. Current starting QBs. Oh, damn it!
That is my cheat day, so I have some coffee ice cream that I'm about to absolutely devour.
Coffee ice cream,
Becky
nice.
Said, get your money's worth. I got the draft on another monitor as well.
I missed the graphic that said the current starter quarterbacks.
Said 49ers is Birdie.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the rest of the teams because I couldn't quite remember. They had Sam Darnold, but is Sam Darnold still in Minnesota? I thought he signed elsewhere.
Video screens for a special message from United States service members stationed at Yokota
Street corner Becky said Sam Darnold is with the Seahawks.
Okay, he's in the with the Seahawks. Okay.
I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with service members from the United States Army, Marine Corps, and Navy. We are proud to announce that this year we are celebrating our 250th anniversary. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
Street corner Becky said one of the reasons the draft lasts like this is the different things they do, like involving fans, service members. I've always enjoyed that part of it.
Also, the time between picks is longer than it is in like the 4th through 7th rounds.
Who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Michael Williams, 5
Street
sacks
corner
last year.
Becky
2
said
of those
10
came in the
minutes.
SEC
Goes to
title
7
game
for
against
round
Texas.
2 and 3
He was a
and 5 for the
five-star
rest.
From Columbus, Georgia, 14 sacks in 3 seasons after starting his very first game as a true freshman and still very young now. He won't turn 21 years old until late June.
Yeah, he had a high grade going into the season, Greeny. Then he had that ankle injury, a left ankle injury against Clemson, came back from it and played and didn't shut it down. Continued to play, continued to be somewhat productive. He had 9 tackles for loss, he has 5 sacks, he forced a couple fumbles. He looks the part of an edge rusher in the National Football League. His side, his long arm.
Street corner Becky said Michael Williams was projected at 9 on ESPN, went 11.
That's not too big a difference there.
I thought a little bit more work, that pass rush specialist that these teams have to get the most out of Michael Williams, folks.
He's got the things that you cannot teach, the traits, the height, the arm length, the ability to set the edge and play the run. We know he's technically sound playing at Georgia the way Kirby Smart coaches defense. The only concern I have is when it comes to using those traits and getting to the passer, I didn't see much of a rush plan, Lou. I didn't see any moves besides the speed to power. He's going to have to continue to develop the moves because when you get to the National Football League level, just the traits won't win. You have to have more than traits. You need to be able to have a pass rush arsenal. How are you going to beat the offensive tackle and get
Street corner Becky said I feel like we see way less total busts than we did years ago, with how guys are coached at big schools and big conferences in college now.
Less busts?
That position used to be the heartbeat of that football team. Both lines of scrimmage.
I don't know if I agree with that. I guess it depends. In general or at specific positions? I see a lot of wide receiver busts still. There's still quarterbacks, a lot of quarterbacks that bust. Think about the draft class that Josh Allen came out in. That was probably the best quarterback class for first rounders, at least, since, what, 82?
Street corner Becky said well less total busts, like people who contribute absolutely nothing.
I can't even think. I mean, I need to play this game while not streaming because I need to see if the animation looks like this normally. Maybe I should try.
Becky said 2004 with Eli, Rivers, and Big Ben.
Select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
Tyler Booker from Alabama. Hard to go wrong with Alabama linemen.
2 weeks ago, grew up in New Haven, Connecticut. Headed down to the IMG Academy where he was coached by former linebacker Pepper Johnson. Played in 38 games at Alabama. Started
Street corner Becky said I'm sure Doc is happy.
But one of those, Mel, was at left guard.
He's a powerhouse inside. He will beat you up. I'll tell you, it's a heavyweight fight when you go up against Tyler Booker, and you better bring it because he will beat you up. As a run blocker, he'll drive you off the ball. He never.
The fuck? No, no.
Street corner Becky said not that it matters. He's Doc.
Now he's both those guys. You want movement? It's got to be scheme fit. Movement's not his game, but as a guy in that has a power blocking team.
So I guess everything was defaulted to custom.
And displace the defenders and climb.
Building the trend. How could the Nine let this happen?
Or maybe she
Are
got
they
out. She's
angry
looking
with
for
us?
you too.
How could the Nine let this happen? Are they angry with us?
I don't know what.
Striger19 asks Yo, Nerdcast, how was your day?
Yo, what's going on, J Trigger? My day's pretty good so far. Pretty good, actually. How are you doing?
Something worse in the ruin.
Wait, what happened here?
Against a good 3-10.
Oops.
Strigger19 said good. It was take your kid to work day at my job. Took my son and spent the day with him.
Oh, rad. That's awesome. Did he enjoy it? What do you do for work, if you don't mind my asking? Am I not tracking a quest right now? There we go. There we go. The fuck is this? What is happening?
/tech support.
At first I thought it was two Martins fighting each other. Where the fuck did this guy come from?
Joy, the unbridled joy that he brought out onto that stage.
I don't think I can play this and also listen in on the draft at the same time. I think it's pushing my bandwidth to the limit for some reason.
Street corner Becky said okay.
What's going on with your clothes here, man?
Street corner Becky said I'll let you know the Bills pick.
That's gonna be a while for that. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Come up here. Grab this. We'll move that over here. Okay, I guess the Dolphins pick is in. I'll just rely on you, Vince, to tell me if these picks you think are good or not.
Street corner Becky said lol, one of the ads is Red Guardian talking to George Kittle on how he was a late round pick.
I do want to see that movie. I got tickets for that one, for Thunderbolts. It could be interesting, and I've read some early reports, early screenings say that it's a surprisingly emotional movie. So I don't know what that means, but and that apparently Florence Pugh has a really great performance in it.
Street corner Becky said it's had rave reviews from critics and audience.
I'm hoping it's good, man. I want Marvel stuff to be good again. I watched Daredevil Reborn with a friend of mine, and when the show ended, we were both like, you know, this is when Marvel is at its best. This reminds us when Marvel was consistently good. You know, we were bummed that the show was over. Which, you know, we hadn't felt that way about a Marvel thing in a while. All right, I've got some conjured gear here.
Len Ratman said I'm going to the theaters tomorrow night to watch Star Wars Episode 3 lol.
Revenge of the Sith?
Street corner Becky said off a few minutes, I'll catch up on picks but need some nicotine. Street corner Becky said 20th anniversary of Episode 3. Street Corner Becky said yes.
God.
We're old AF.
20th anniversary. Oh my god. 20th anniversary of episode 3, really? That makes me so upset to hear. Is this... I think I understand why I had network issues last night. There's something about running this game, I think, that just makes my internet traffic really slow down. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a general PC performance thing that's affecting my network also, but it doesn't seem like... Let me look at my...
Von Bradman said, I cannot wait for the hello there shouted in the theater. Strigger19 asks if you could put one thing from Morrowind, one thing from Oblivion, and one thing from Skyrim into S6, what would they be?
That's so... I can't tell what the sword is doing there. That's a weird... It looks weird. It's a very strange animation from that point of view. If you could put one thing from Morrowind, one thing from Oblivion, one thing from Skyrim into ES6, what would they be? I mean... The only good thing about Morrowind is the lore, in my opinion. Necromancer. Where's Martin at? He should have been following me. Where the fuck is Martin at? Dude, I wasn't just running out here for no goddamn reason. I have no idea where this fucking guy is now. Maybe if I wait for a bit. He didn't catch up with me. He didn't... What the fuck? Alright, I'm going to wait in primary... Well, actually, I think I want to explore around here now. I got rid of my enchanted gear, unfortunately. Dolphins picks Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle. Mike McDaniel's prove it year. I don't really like anything much from Morrowind other than the lore, so I guess I would take the lore from Morrowind. From Oblivion?
Len Bradman said, one thing for sure from Morrowind I wouldn't want is the old man running simulator to come back. Len Bradman said the losing stamina walking down a hallway sucked lol.
I guess... I don't know, like, a lot of the stuff that I like about Oblivion are all things that are kind of present in one way or another in Skyrim. So... Oop. The Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end. I never played Oblivion nearly as much as I played Skyrim or Morrowind, so I don't know what I would pick from Oblivion. And Skyrim has the best combat. That's a part of what I like about this, is like this has Skyrim feeling combat. I know a lot of Elder Scroll players don't like that because it's arcadey, but I mean, it's more fun. It's action. It's an action-oriented experience rather than like, you know, what I didn't like about Morrowind was combat felt time wasty. Because it was all dice rolls, but then it's like, why am I sitting here swinging this if I'm just relying on a dice roll? And I know Daggerfall is that way too, but Daggerfall just had such an old school aesthetic that it felt natural. The problem with making a 3D game like this versus a 3D game like Daggerfall in its era is that you just have different expectations on how you want your combat haptics to feel. It's the problem I had with Fallout 4. It's like I'm playing it like it's a first-person shooter, but its combat is still dice roll dependent, so it didn't make any sense. Like I shot this guy in the head with a shotgun at point-blank range, but like it only took a little bit of his health away. Like what the fuck is going on here? I don't know where Martin is. I don't know what's gonna happen when I show up and he's not near me.
Street Corner Becky said Schrager had Kenneth Grant at 22. He went 13.
I don't know if that means I don't know if that means that he was under-evaluated by Schrager, or if the Dolphins overextended. I hope it means the latter, because I don't need the Dolphins to improve. Although I don't trust that they will. I don't like Mike McDaniel.
Street Corner Becky said when it comes to the first round, that difference isn't a lot.
22 and 13?
The largest issue with Fallout 4. It was bad with enemies being bullet sponges.
Yeah, I agree with that. There can be a considerable difference between... That's the problem with the first round of the draft. There can be a giant difference between 22 and 13 if the players are properly evaluated. If the players aren't properly evaluated. But you never really know until game time, right? Like Lamar Jackson, should he really been drafted so far behind?
The Raiders took a safety out of the Ohio Bobcats high in the second round when he was projected as a 6th round. Mel Kiper lost his shit, and the dude had a terrible career.
But like, should Lamar Jackson have really been drafted like fucking 20 spots below, or 20 some odd spots below Josh Rosen? What is Windeer?
Street Corner Becky said the Ravens developed their entire fence around Lamar. A lot of teams would not have had the resources for that.
Well, I mean, that's a part of the issue, though. Like, The difference between 22 and 13 is also the difference between an organization that's willing to build and an organization that wants a quick fix. Like, there's no magic solution to the draft. So much of it, a lot of it is luck, and then a huge portion of it is things that have nothing to do with the player that's being drafted. Oh shit, what the fuck? Damn it. How did that break? Come on.
Street corner Becky said Mahomes went 10, in a redraft he goes 1, but teams for years were afraid to draft Texas Tech QBs since they all put up huge numbers and flamed out.
Damn it, I didn't even mean to click that one. How? No, I got that one, damn it. How could you say that that was fucking a break?
Street corner Becky said a guy projected at 8 is still on the board, how Lone Walker.
Gotcha, bitch. Damn. Jalen Walker. What's his position? Damn it, are you kidding me? Nice. Just a lock picking maniac. Had to pick 2 locks just to get to that.
Street corner Becky said first round is actually going quick compared to some years. I've seen it last until 11 p.m. sometimes.
Yeah, I've seen that too, and I don't have any reason to. I mean, we're at pick 15, and it's already like, what, 2 hours in? It very well can still last till 11 p.m. Stone door wall to Windier Nagasa. Well, let's. Why is it playing combat music? Who's coming after me? Oops, shit.
Street Corner Becky asks you turn the tab off. You had the draft going, right?
Yeah, I had to because oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, god damn it, are you kidding me? I got too distracted by what was going on. Something about a cat cam? Damn it, son of a bitch. What's happening here? Check in on the cat. My cat cam is preoccupied right now. The ladies aren't even in here, I don't think. Yeah, they aren't even in here with me right now. Once one of them foolishly walks in here, I will snag them and I will give you a good gander at my kitties, J Trigger. But yeah, I had to turn. Oh man, are you fucking kidding me? I gotta lockpick this shit all over again?
Street Corner Becky said Yolda 6 Suki Yolda 6 Gabi.
Motherfucker. Oh, that was so perfect. How the fuck did that break? Now I'm just frustrated. Who's coming after me? Why is there music playing? Yeah, I had to turn that. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, he just ran past me. I'm right here. Oh wait, Martin. Sorry, Martin. Martin. Wait, what the fuck? Why is he frozen like that? I thought you were a conjurer, man. You just came running past me looking all creepy and shit. Oh, man. Yeah, this game still has a lot of jankiness going on.
Street Corner Becky said I'm looking forward to seeing what Pittsburgh does.
You think they'll pick Sanders?
Street Corner Becky said I did see one mock that had Sanders going in the second. Street Corner Becky said I do, but you never know.
How do you think Dion reacts if his kid goes in this, it drops to the second round?
Street Corner Becky said he'll say something stupid like he got sabotaged or something.
Alright, I gotta be careful about that platform that just shoots up. Wherever it might be.
Street Corner Becky said I love Dion as a player, had a jersey and all that, but as a coach and personality I'm not a big fan.
The heck? How did I know that was going to over encumber me? What the fuck do I have in my inventory? How am I already? I guess that was a 10-pound fucking thing. Oh yeah, I've got this fucking dipshit armor on me. I've got that one.
Street corner
I've got
Becky
stuff I
said
need to sell.
Traeger had Walter Nolan defensive tackle going 11. He went 16.
What the fuck?
Street corner Becky said 7 of the 16 picks so far played in the SEC. Genetic Memory Farm said good evening good peeps, I hope you are all safe and stoned.
Yo, what's up, Genetic Memory Farms? Welcome. That's the fucking one. I didn't want to do that. What did I pick up? Oh, that. Damn, that thing just shoots you up into the air way too fucking fast.
Street corner Becky said oh, Nolan played at Texas A&M. I'm sure you're happy they got a first round pick lol.
Like, why does it launch me like that? Jesus, that doesn't make sense. I ran quickly across the corner. But even when I was running off of the ledge, it still, like, elevated me really fucking high. Texas A&M. The rivalry hasn't been the same. I think we, did we play them last year? I feel like we played them last year for the first time since they cowardly fled the Big 12. Well, I think we beat them. So that was fun. We need to revive that rivalry, though. They really thought they were going to do something with Kevin Sumlin.
Becky said a Deion Sanders commercial during the draft. How quaint.
They really thought they were going to do something with Kevin Sumlin and Johnny Manziel. They ended up doing jack shit.
Street corner Becky said Johnny was a hell of a college player, but his ego was ridiculous.
That dude had issues, though. Like, substance abuse issues. The fuck? I was incredibly lucky that that didn't kill me.
Street corner Becky said rich family that basically let him do whatever he wanted.
I am very fortunate that that ended up not killing me. Matter of fact, it's a good reminder for me to fucking save this thing. I feel like the Bengals have been on the clock for like 20 minutes now. What the fuck? This doesn't look good. Don't breathe the green shit there, Martin.
Street Corner Becky said if Minecraft made over 700 million, I predict Lilo and Stitch makes 2 billion lol.
No way. Minecraft is a fucking property, man. That is a juggernaut IP.
Genetic Memory Farms asks, so Devin, was the remaster worth it?
So far I'm having fun with it, but like it's definitely janky, and I can't tell if it's jank, if some of its jankiness is just inherent in the game, or if it's a function of me trying to do too much on my computer at the same time. Like streaming and playing this. Martin, you're getting fucked up with that gas, homie. Didn't bother me at all.
Street Corner Becky said you could check Task Manager and see CPU and memory use.
Oh yeah, I checked my CPU usage, and it looks like it's a pretty heavy tax on my CPU. But I don't know if I like the looks of this thing. Why are you pushing me up? Martin, he's fucking killing you for some reason.
Take that! Fight fire with fire!
Your attack has no effect. Okay, well. Can't say I wasn't trying.
Genetic Memory Farms asks, do most streamers use 2 different devices? One to stream and one to play?
That is, I don't know how common that is, but for bigger streamers that can like afford the tech, that's how you would do it. You would have a...
Wadiotes asks, so you replaying Oblivion for the remaster?
Yo, what's up, Wadiotes? Welcome back to the stream. How are you doing tonight? I am replaying Oblivion for the remaster.
Street Corner Becky said they won't do picks during commercial breaks in the first round, so that's why Bengals were on the clock for 2 days.
But yeah, streamers that can afford to will have a dedicated gaming machine, and then they'll just game cat to that, and then stream off of a separate box so that there's no load on their PCU. And if you're like a competitive player, that's the way to do it. Like if you're doing Overwatch or some shit like that, and you're trying to like actually do well, you would do that because you wouldn't want your streaming to interfere with your performance. But I'm not that rich, nor am I that good, nor am I playing like anything competitive, so it's all in the same box for me. Oh yeah, that looks fine. That looks perfectly normal. Hey Martin, why don't you walk across this hallway for me real quick?
Unless you need something, let's continue on to Wayne and Priory then.
See, can I just run? Why is my guy not wanting to run? Oh! Damn it! I couldn't fucking outrun that last one? Oh! Oh, unconscious. You're lucky that's the only thing. Oh, it just keeps dropping on him too. Oh! Come on, Martin, get on over here. What are you doing? Move! Oh, okay, he's out of the danger zone. God damn. Sorry about that, Martin. Okay, my attack has no effect on this ghost. I guess I don't have any kind of enchanted weaponry. What can I do? Nothing, really, so I guess I'm just going to let Martin handle this guy. Or let Martin handle these guys. Good job, homie. You handle the ghosts, I'll handle the skeletons. Where are we in this room? The Bengals selected Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart, an edge rusher. You know, I could see Sanders falling out of the first entirely. I can see that happening.
Street corner Becky said he's raw. I was wrong. Nolan is Ole Miss. Stewart is Texas A&M.
Oh, okay, okay.
Street corner Becky sent a link.
Oh shit, I gotta run through this again? Are you sure there was nothing back here worth looking at? Let me pull up a map. I guess not. I mean, I don't even know what the point of this dungeon is. I probably shouldn't be in here right now, but... Uh-oh. Let me fix my lighting.
Street corner Becky said Seattle could potentially take Sanders. Their starter is Darnold.
Darnold looked awesome all last year. They could take Sanders, but I don't know. I mean, who's their backup in Seattle? You know, now that I think about it, I probably should have hit that switch right there, huh? That probably turns this off. Watch it, Martin. Watch it. Let me. No, that just opens that. That just controls the gate.
Street corner Becky said nice. Gray Zabel from North Dakota State was the Seahawks pick. Nice seeing non-FBS guys go.
Alright, you walked through just fine that time, Martin. Gray Zabel.
Street corner Becky said he had an invite to the Senior Bowl where he impressed the coaches. Street corner Becky said Senior Bowl is huge for small school prospects that get invited since they then play against guys in bigger levels of NCAA.
Oh yeah, I used to pay attention to the Senior Bowl a lot. It's usually coached by shitty teams, the coaches of shitty teams. So it's also a good opportunity for those coaches to get a leg up on scouting. The fuck? Where do I go?
Street corner Becky said I don't know what it is, but I've never actively rooted against a draftee, but for some reason I feel like I am with Shader.
You're rooting against him? I don't have strong feelings about that dude either way. Like, if he gets drafted, great. I hope he succeeds, but what I'll say is I understand why people would feel that way about him, though. Because it definitely buys into, like, the elitist, nepo baby kind of anti-Nepo baby, I guess, sentiment that we're kind of living in right now.
Street Corner Becky said, I watch and keep up a lot with college football, and the last 2 to 3 years it's been all about the Sanders.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. No, I came from here. Wait, this is at least the same spot?
Street Corner Becky said even though he only went 13-12 and only beat 3 teams with a winning record, then Colorado retired his number lol.
Wait, what? They retired his number. How the fuck do I get up from out of here?
Street Corner Becky said Colorado retired Shadeo's number, something they haven't even done for Cordell Stewart, who won 2 to 3 bowl games for them.
That's pretty wild. See, that's the kind of stuff, like, if you really pay attention to football or to these teams at that level, that's the kind of stuff that would make you want to root against somebody like that. He should have argued against it, honestly. Like, as soon as the idea of retiring his number came up, he should have been like, no, that's okay, don't do that. Damn it.
Wadiot said, I think the Khajet in this game looks gross, that's my only real complaint.
These motherfuckers. The Khajiit. I mean, they look like little cat guys. How the fuck do I get out of here? They made him look more feline for sure. They made him look more normal animal-like rather than feline-influenced kobold-type creatures. I have no idea how I get out of this place.
Street Corner Becky said people talk about Sanders' passing completion percentage, but he took a lot of sacks instead of throwing the ball away.
Emeka
Wadiot
Egbuka.
said in the lore the moons of Nirn influence what the Khajiit look like. In Elder Scrolls Arena they looked like normal people with cat eyes but no fur on the body.
Yeah, normal people with cat eyes. I never played Arena, but I guess I could see.
Street Corner Becky said
Moons of
ESPN
Nirn.
had Egbuka at 20, goes 19.
I honestly don't mind how the Khajiit look in this. I can understand why some people think they look goofy. And when I first saw it, it did kind of have a little bit of a goofy kind of quality to it. But, okay, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Do I gotta go back through that door?
Street Corner Becky said, man, NFL really does had taking running backs in the first round. Gindy is a special prospect, but I think Trent Richardson being so bad is why it's been less of them getting drafted high now. Len Ratman said it could be worse. They all could look just like Tony the Tiger.
It's not just Trent Richardson. I mean, it's Trent Richardson being bad contributed, but like even it's also just like undrafted. Oops. It's also like undrafted running backs overperforming, late round running backs overperforming. Like, and then it's not just that, but it's like the longevity of those running backs too. Like, it's rare for a running back to be consistently productive for more than like 3 years in a row. So it's like, what are you investing your money in? Where are you going, Martin?
Street Corner Becky said, yeah, guys like Jalmer Gibbs and Bijan Robinson don't come around every day. Better off going late round or undrafted.
Let's see what's in the end of this hallway first. You're gonna have to deal with this guy. Oh, wait. Oh, he's on this side. He was on the wrong side of the door.
Street Corner Becky said, but those guys also catch the ball really well out of the backfield.
But that's also a problem with some of these running backs. Like, you'll get a running back that looks like he should be a first-round prospect, because like all of his footage and stats is like him just running through people. But then it's like, okay, but can he catch out of the backfield? How is he as a route runner if we need a pass catching? What the fuck? How is he as a route runner if we need a pass catching running back? Like, can he contribute on special teams? How is he as a pass protector if we need our running back to do some pass protection? And like all of those other things you can get from a late round running back who might also be able to be an every down back that can just carry the ball and maybe not beast mode it the way that Marshawn Lynch would, but could get you at 1,000 rush yard season versus a highly touted first round running back that's great at carrying the ball through people but can't do any of the other stuff. Oh shit. Man, this place is pissing me off.
Street Corner Becky said if Sanders doesn't go to Pittsburgh, he'll fall to the second unless someone trades back into the first for him.
I like how my security stat went up when I'm triggering every single trap in this place. Clearly, I have no security awareness. This is where I started off at, I think. I think this is where I was looking for.
Street corner Becky said damn Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden ran a 4.29 at the combine and is still on the board. Wadiotes said my favorite form of Khajiit is the toe hog form where they are like 2 feet tall standing on the 2 legs. The artwork of what each form of Khajiit would be cool to look up.
2 feet tall. So that's just a normal cat. That's just what a normal cat is. Oh, my stolen horse came back.
Don't do that.
Don't do what? Oh, what? You're attacking me? Hey, chill out, bro. Chill out. Well, what the fuck else do you think the horse was here for?
Street corner Becky said Denver having a Make-A-Wish cancer survivor make their pick, 17 years old.
Don't make me come after you, Martin. Where am I? Why is he backing me up? Damn, he's whooping my ass. Since when has Martin been such a fucking beast? All because the horse was right here, Martin. What do you want me to do? The horse was right here. What's a horse doing here anyways? You don't even know that I stole this horse. The fuck? Oh shit.
Shouldn't have done that.
The fuck do I get out of here? Why do I keep falling? The fuck is happening?
Street corner Becky said first guy not mocked in ESPN's first went at 20. DB Jade Barron from the Longhorns.
God, Martin, you have to be such an asshole about everything, huh? Oh, Longhorns DB.
So the Tohog are like the Palicos from Monster Hunter?
You have to speak in Monster Hunter terms when referencing anything to Lynn. Is he still after me? The horse is following me. Why is the horse following me? Wait, the horse is attacking me? God damn, the horse wants vengeance? Will you guys leave me alone? I'm out of here, okay? I'm out of here. Wait, what is that? What's going on here?
Help! You must help! They're killing everyone at Waynon Priory.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this part.
I don't know. I think they're right behind me. Prior Mabarel is dead. I was in the sheepfold when they attacked. I heard the prior talking to someone.
The pick is in for the Steelers. If it's not Sanders, he's not going to be a first rounder.
And they cut the prior down before he could move. They saw me watching, and I ran. I don't know. In the chapel, praying, I think. You must help us.
Just get this horse and this guy off of me and I'll help you. Oh, shit.
You are weak, like the god. Paradise awaits me.
Wait, to those guys... Martin, I'm not the enemy right now, man.
Corner Becky said I'd laugh if Ole Miss QB Jackson Dart goes first.
Martin, ease up, dude. I'm not your foe. I'm not your foe, Martin. You too, horse. Derek Harmon, a defensive tackle, to the Steelers. Man, will you fucking get off of me? Yeah, I think Sanders is not going to be a first rounder.
My sword for the dragon. Parry and strike.
Paradise awaits me.
You're back. They attacked without warning. I was praying in the chapel when I heard Prior Maberel shout. I had just time to arm myself. We need to go see if it is safe. We'll go together, but...
Can you get this guy to stop attacking me? I'm going.
But watch out.
My apparel is broken. God damn you, Martin, you fucking son of a bitch. How do I get this guy to de-aggro? Relax, man. Chill. He's gonna fucking kill me. Even the horse is fucking chilling, man. Even the horse is like, all right, we've done enough. All right, are you ready? You ready to calm down? God damn, even the horse is like, hey, bro, we're taking this too far. Thank you for understanding, horse. All right, he's relaxed now. He's got his wits about him. Where's the amulet? The enemy has stolen the amulet of kings from its hiding place and waited prior. Oops. I don't even know what that was.
Street corner Becky said I miss when the draft was only 2 days. Stretching it out to 3 for TV was so annoying.
Yeah.
Batman asks what would you recommend, the remake so far or stick with the original?
I mean, it's the same game functionally. I would say the remake just because it's visually better and it has a lot of quality of life improvements.
The enemy came here for the Amulet of Kings.
Wait, what the fuck? Where's the guy I'm supposed to talk to? A lot of quality of life improvements I like. The visuals are better, although there's some performance issues. I don't know if that's because I'm streaming at the same time or not. I'll have to play this off stream and see one day.
Yes?
Wait, whoa. Come on, I'm trying to talk to you, man. Hey. God damn you.
Poor Prior Maberel.
Maniacal Toaster said hello, it is me, and Twitch is really running stably for me, and also I'm a liar.
Yo, what's up, Toaster? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing tonight? Twitch hasn't been the most stable thing in recent days anyways.
They've taken it. The Amulet of Kings is gone. The enemy has defeated us at every turn.
Relax, old man.
So it has not all gone against us. Thank Talos for that. We gained Uriel's heir and lost the Amulet of Kings. Martin cannot stay here. We have driven them off, but they will be back once they learn of Martin's survival. Which they will. Nowhere is truly safe against the power arrayed against us, but we must play for time, at least. Cloud Ruler Temple, I think. The hidden fortress of the Blades in the mountains near Bruma. A few men can hold it against an army. We should leave at once. With the amulet taken by the enemy, we must get Martin to safety at Cloud Ruler Temple. You may as well take Priam Abrael's horse from the stable. He won't have use for it any longer. One of the youngest blades ever to serve in the Emperor's personal guard. I am glad to hear that he survived, but I fear he will take the Emperor's death particularly hard. Cloud Ruler Temple was built long ago by the founders of the Blades, back in the days of Raymond Cyrodiil. It is high in the mountains near Bruma, our ancient fortress, sanctuary, refuge of last resort. Martin will be as safe there as anywhere. The coronation of each new emperor is sealed when he uses the Amulet of Kings to light the dragon fires in the Temple of the One. The dragon fires of Akatosh remain lit until the death of the emperor. His successor then lights them anew upon ascending to the throne. With Emperor Uriel dead and no successor crowned, the Temple of the One will be dark for the first time in centuries.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Ugh. Look who decided to pay me a visit. You want to say hi to the people? Okay, you don't like the lights in your face. Well, you know what? Somebody redeemed some points to check in on you, so...
Street corner Becky Samuel to 6 Colby.
They're checking in on you, that's all. They're checking in. Okay, okay, okay. They just need to see. They need to see. They needed to see how you were doing, okay?
Street corner Becky said, "Wah."
She did not enjoy that. She was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Street corner Becky said, "Let me go, human."
Well, she's just sitting behind me now.
The Elder Council rules in the Emperor's absence by ancient tradition.
Street corner Becky said,
Chancellor
"Human."
Akato heads the Elder Council and is the closest thing the
Human.
Empire has to a leader right now. But the Blades answer only to the Emperor, of course. We are not an arm of the government. The Daedra Prince of Destruction, an inveterate foe of all mortal races. He was involved with Jagar Tharn's plot against the Empire years ago. It doesn't surprise me to find his hand in the current calamity. Yes, Boris told you right. I am the Grand Master of the Blades. We serve the Emperor and the Septim bloodline. Talos is our patron. You wonder to find me here? Discretion is our watchword. Only a few of us have the honor to serve publicly in the Imperial Guard. We should get
all right.
moving. I won't rest easy until Martin is safe at Cloud Ruler Temple.
Dang it. Oh wait, guys, can I use your beds here?
Let's hear it.
I got some leveling up to do. Are the chargers still on the clock? They've been on the clock for fucking ever now. Let's see. I need to improve my personality, honestly. Well, my endurance, I need to improve that too, but... Maybe if I had a better personality, Martin wouldn't have tried so hard to kill me. Okay, so where is this other dude's horse that I should be taking?
Street Corner Becky said Hampton is a good running back. Good pick by the Bolts.
Omari and Hampton. The fuck are you doing? Where is he out of?
Street Corner Becky said North Carolina.
Okay. I feel like the Chargers have had nothing but bad, well, maybe not bad luck, but they've drafted
12 said they call me the White Bombo.
They've drafted good running backs in the past who have like not had much of an impact on their overall success.
Street Corner Becky said Chargers let J.K. Dobbins go, so he'll be his replacement. Haunted Taco 12 said Rock and Roll Rebelina Babylon.
Yo, what's up, Taco? Welcome back to the stream. I have no idea what that means, but sounds like you're having a good time.
Said, hey.
Yo, what's up, Arachnid? Welcome back. How are you doing tonight? Oh, we gotta go this way. Wait, what? No. Am I supposed to be following you guys? Why do I have multiple markers here?
Haunted Taco 12 said rock and roll, rock and roll. I'm the king of rock and roll.
I guess Taco's in her own little universe, being the king of rock and or roll. Alright, before we head out, let me go sell some shit, guys.
Yes? Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Haunted Taco 12 said howdy, not doing too bad. Been playing this game in an official capacity now. Haunted Taco 12 asks how are you? Street Corner Becky said little Packers fans going nuts since they are on the clock.
I can repair almost anything.
Playing this game in an official capacity. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I had an interview today, an in-person one that I think went really well. Hopefully it manifested something positive, but
Arachnid Soul said I was a Packers fan growing up.
look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
Arachnid Soul said never lived anywhere near or Green Bay, but still. Street Corner Becky said to Bears.
All even, they still provide the same protection. Although this weighs a little more and it's worth a little more. So obviously that's the one I'm going to end up selling.
Be seeing you.
Haunted Taco 12 said Cheesehead.
I am definitely not a Packers fan. I'm not a Packers hater, but I'm not a Packers fan either. 3, and these do 3 also?
Street Corner Becky said depending on your age Arachnid, I'm
For the
sure
right
Therese
price,
connect
I
to
can
Favre
make
or
anything
Rogers.
good as new. Take care.
Arachnid Soul said I grew up in the Brett Favre Green Bay years.
Hello, I'm Rashida, the Smith, and this is
I mean, never lived anywhere near Wisconsin and Green Bay. That's fine. I mean, look at me. I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. I've never been anywhere near New York. Never been anywhere even remotely close to the north.
I'm craving some sunny side up eggs at the moment. Arachnid Soul said and was such a Favre fan that I followed him to the Vikings when he went.
That seems a fair price.
Are you extending that same courtesy to Aaron Rodgers?
Haunted Taco 12 said what did the T-Rex say whenever it entered the restroom? Extinct in here. Arachnid Soul said but I'm from NYC, so if I had to pick a team to win the season it would be the Giants. Street Corner Becky said if Giants.
Yeah, you're not going to be getting much out of the Giants for a while now.
Thank you for your...
Then Ratman said damn, she could forge metal with those teeth. Arachnid Soul said I never saw Aaron Rodgers play. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. I quit watching football altogether at some points. It's been years.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I could pick him out of a lineup, but you know, he is a kind of a uniquely looking dude, especially ever since he lost his mind. He looks like someone who's lost his mind now. Wait, you don't have anything I want.
As a blade.
No, stop. I don't care.
Get moving. I won't rest the...
As a blade.
Street Corner Becky said could pick his COVID toe out of a lineup.
COVID toe.
How can I help you?
The Ultra have powerful wizards. How are you? I'm listening.
Haunted Taco 12 said this remaster is solid, one of the best probably.
Toaster doesn't like it. For whatever reason, Toaster is very, very... I get, like, I've encountered some weird shit in this game. Wait, what? Why is the illegal horse still following me? Go home, illegal horse. I don't need you anymore. I have a legal horse. The illegal horse. See, look at that. Look at how that's animating. I swear I think it's just because of I'm streaming. But like I get a lot of stop motion animation from other models. Look at how that horse. Look at how stiffly that horse is animating.
Yeah, that horse is at 17 FPS.
Yeah, the FPS counter on the top of my screen says I'm barely cracking 30, so you know. I think it's because I'm streaming though. I'm gonna play for a little bit off stream and see if it makes any kind of performance difference. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction.
Street Corner Becky said should have seen the soldiers other night, like -3 FPS some claymation. Arachnid Soul said you have a better rig than I do, so it'd be worried to play this. Haunted Daco 12 said I usually get a solid 80 with no performance issues.
What's your system look like, Taka? I'm curious about that.
Then Ratman said I think this is also coming out on the Switch too. Street Corner Becky said holy shit fuck the Packers.
Matthew Golden?
Arachnid Soul said lol.
Like, let me see what it looks like when I put everything to ultra. Yeah, my frames can't even get to 30 right now. It's like 20, it's between 17 and 26 frames per second.
Street Corner Becky said Matthew Golden is the first wideout they've taken in the first since Donald Driver in 1999 and also ran a sub 43040. Haunted Daco 12 said everything is pretty up to date except my GPU.
What GPU are you running? Oh my God, what's happening?
Haunted Daco 12 said but even that's an RTX 4080. Arachnid Soul said that's up to date. Arachnid Soul said that's a great GPU. Street Corner
4080, yeah, that's better than what I've got.
Against the Bears, I'm sure.
4080 is better than what I have.
Haunted Daco 12 said I think they're in the 50 series now. Arachnid Soul said yeah, but it's not like most people have current series cards.
No, most people don't, I imagine.
Arachnid Soul said usually people are in the previous series or the one before that. Street Corner Becky said in other news that was the third Longhorn taken in the first.
Oh, nice. Good Longhorn representation. I will say, given our current situation with tariffs and chips and shit, I'm probably going to be hanging on to this card for as long as I possibly can.
Street Corner Becky said I still have a 3060. Haunted Daco 12 said I had a 3080 for a while.
Yeah, that's what I have right now at 3080. Miranda.
Arachnid Soul said I just got a 3070 last year. Until that I was still on a 1070. Haunted Daco 12 said plugged it into another comp.
Who's shooting at me?
Arachnid Soul said the 1070 was still getting it done though.
Was there a second one? Oh, there's a chest up here. Oh, he's attacking my horse. You asshole, leave him alone. Like, how much does a 4080 go for on eBay right now? Like, I got lucky getting the deal I got on this one because it was like during a time when Bitcoin mining was crashing like crazy. So like all the farms were trying to sell off all their gear.
12 said a lot.
All the farms were trying to sell off their gear. I am not on any kind of path. I am taking the hard way. Going the long way, or the hard way on this one. I'm operating with the mindset of the quickest...
Haunted Taco 12 said I bought mine at Micro Center.
The
Then
quick-
Batman said Lil, the Switch 2 is being scalped up to $2,000 now.
That's stupid. And it's got to be frustrating, too, for people that actually want to switch to. Wait, where did the thing go?
Street Corner Becky said ain't nobody in their right mind paying $2,000 for a Switch 2. Street Corner Becky said unless you shit money for a living.
Wait, what? Who are you? You're not coming after me, are you? Die, damn you. Oh.
Hey, come on now. There's no need to get violent.
What? What are you talking about? You're not talking to me, are you?
Street Corner Becky said Giants just traded back into the first round. Guaranteed it's Sanders.
Oh, they did, yeah. Boy, that would be a slap in the face if they traded into the first and it wasn't.
I know it's apples and oranges, but at $2,000 you might as well get a gaming PC. Arachnid Soul said not that I'd even pay that much for a gaming PC.
You screamed that at a deer? The fuck is wrong with you, man? You dare oppose the might of the Imperial Legion while you shoot a fucking deer.
Haunted Taco 12 said they're already talking about making Nintendo games 90 buckaroos per pop, with tariffs, probably a good $200. Street Corner Becky said I love PC gaming and all, but that's like when people say you might as well get a Steam Deck. For the most part it's different target markets.
Yeah, it is, but Nintendo is unique in that what sells their consoles are their IP, and there's really no alternative for the IP that they own. There's no real good alternative for Mario or for Zelda or for Pokemon or any of that kind of shit. So that's what's always going to keep people going back to Nintendo consoles. But if you were IP agnostic, if you didn't really care for those particular titles, then I think that the difference between games that are available on the PC and on consoles is negligible. There's an incredible amount of parity between games that are available on these platforms that I think, absent the Nintendo-specific IP, it could be a... I'll have to go find this path. It could... What the fuck is going on here? Oh my god. Controls for the horse is fucking busted. Absent Nintendo-specific IP, then you could probably be more in line to do a swap out between a Switch 2 and a Steam Deck. Because, I mean, what are the games that they were showing off for the Switch 2 that weren't Nintendo ones? Like Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk 2077.
He said, but I do agree, If you're willing to spend $2K, just buy a PC or something.
What? I crossed the path?
Taco 12 said when it comes to Nintendo, just do the E word that they hate so much. Haunted Taco 12 said yo-ho. Street Corner Becky said they hate it but steal it for their virtual consoles.
Yeah, I mean, you can always do that. That's always an option. As a former game industry employee, I like to gently discourage against that, but you know, if a broader company has bad business practices, then what can you do? Oh, it was right here the whole time? Is it me, or does this Cloud Ruler Temple actually look a little bit shittier in this iteration than it does in OG Oblivion? I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering, but it kind of seems like smaller and a little less epic. You need a key. What do I need? What the fuck? Hey, we're here. Wait, there's an Oblivion gate? That looks really silly, by the way. That there's just an Oblivion gate just sitting there on the top of that mountain. Just like, plop down, just sitting there chilling.
Yes?
Grandmaster, is this...
Yes, Cyrus. This is the Emperor's son, Martin...
Cyrus?
Hail, my lord.
Is this Cyrus from, Redguard?
We have not had the honor of an emperor's visit in many years.
It's the same voice actor.
Well, thank you. The honor is mine.
Come, your blades are waiting to greet you. Blades, dark times are upon us. The Emperor and his sons were slain on our watch. The Empire is in chaos. But there is yet hope. Here is Martin Septim, true...
Oh, the Giants picked Jackson Dart. QB. Who the fuck is Jackson Dart? They picked some random ass dude. Oh man, okay.
Haunted Taco 12 said that guy is like the only red guard. Street Corner Becky said Ole Miss QB. Street
Ole
Corner
Miss.
Becky
Okay,
said
Ole
not
Miss.
him at all.
I mean, I never heard of him. Is Ole Miss even still a relevant school? After Hugh Freeze's scandal, they just kind of fell off of the map a little bit.
That's it. Thank you.
Well then, thank you, Martin. We'd all best get back to our duties, eh, Captain?
Not much of a speech, was it?
Oh, wait, what the fuck?
The blade saluting me and hailing me.
Is he talking to me, or is he trying to whisper in this guy's
Haunted
ear?
Taco 12 said Jackson Dart sounds like a buddy cop show protagonist.
Thank you. But everyone expects me to suddenly know what to do, how to behave.
Are you talking to me, or are you talking to him?
Emperor to tell them what to do, and I haven't the faintest idea. Of course, the Amulet of Kings. So I, can take it to the Temple of the One and light the dragon fires, and stop the Oblivion invasion. The Emperor? That's an idea that will take some getting used to. In any case, we need the amulet first. Maybe Joffrey will know where to start. All practitioners of Daedric magic are familiar with the almost impenetrable barrier between our world and Oblivion. What the Emperor told you implies that the amulet is the key to the preservation of that barrier. What I saw at Kvatch. Everything I know about Daedric magic says that such stable portals are impossible. Yet those gates to Oblivion existed. The old rules no longer apply. Kvatch is only the beginning of what Mehrunes Dagon will do. If the amulet is truly the key to restoring the barriers between our world and Oblivion, you must waste no time in recovering it. I haven't always been a priest. In my youth, I followed a different path. I know more than I want to about the seductive power of Daedric magic. Let's just leave it at that.
It's a very ominous thing to say.
Something has changed to make these stable portals to Oblivion possible. Joffrey believes that the death of the Emperor and the darkening of the Dragonfires is the key. Don't worry about me, my friend.
Sir.
I know I'm in good hands here.
You have proven yourself a loyal servant of the Empire.
Why do they all freeze when I talk to someone? That's super weird. Why do they all freeze like that?
Blades, I would be honored to accept you into our order. Will you join us? It is my honor to welcome you into our ranks as a Knight Brother of the Blades.
Street Corner Becky said a lot of people thought Dart could be a surprise first rounder, but I don't think this helps Sanders. Giants literally traded up for someone else.
Yeah.
You're right. We must try to recover the amulet before the enemy takes it out of our reach.
Well,
you should go back to
surprise to me at least.
Boris may have learned something about the assassins. You'll find Boris at Luther Broad's boarding house in the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. The Amulet of Kings is the key to everything now. Once we have it back, Martin can use it to light the dragonfires in the Temple of the One.
The Falcons draft James Pierce Jr. Why isn't this thing displaying all the way for me? That's kind of annoying. Maybe I need to refresh. There we go. Nope. Oh, because this fucking thing? Well, how do I get rid of this? God damn, this is annoying. The NFL has really the worst website. The worst website imaginable. Wow, so this is how I'm going to look at it, huh? Alright, fair enough. If that's how you want me to do it, NFL.com, that's how I'll do it.
Street Corner Becky said the other QB that could be traded up for besides Sanders is Jalen Milroe from Bama.
Oh yeah, Jalen Milroe. I forgot he came out. Got a few more picks left. Baltimore's on the clock. James Pierce Jr., edge rusher from Tennessee. Got the Ravens, the Lions, the Commanders, the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. And then that's it for night one.
This place was built by Raymond Cyrodiil Zakaviri Dragon Guard at the founding of the Second Empire. Since then, it has served the Blades as headquarters, fortress, and sanctuary. We can protect Martin here until you recover the Amulet of Kings.
We've got 6 picks left. It's 10 o'clock right now. I'm going to say the draft is going to officially end at 10:45.
Becky said Falcons trading up with the Rams is a bit weird. Definitely not for a QB.
Oh, I didn't notice that was a trade. Is that what happened? The Falcons traded up with the Rams for number 26?
Give my warm regards to Boris.
Street Corner Becky said yeah,
Tell him he
gave
should
the
not
Rams
blame
their
himself
second
for the
this year
Emperor's
and
death.
first next year.
He did well to send you to me.
Street Corner Becky said Dart was originally at USC where he backed up Caleb Williams but transferred to Ole Miss.
Okay, I wasn't aware of his history there. I mean, maybe Dart will be cool. Maybe Dart will be cool. Oh, no. Far be it from me.
Hello.
There's no landing spot for Sanders anymore, though. Not with the
Street Corner Becky said I spend too much time caring about this shit, lol.
Not with the fuck.
Hello.
Hello. Not with the remaining teams, at least. The Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles. None of those teams are going to spend first-round capital on what, for any one of them, would be a backup quarterback.
Street Corner Becky said Jesus. Paramount just had an ad involving Star Trek Strange New Worlds and SpongeBob.
Greetings.
Street Corner Becky said Worlds.
You get any closer, and I'll turn your bones to ash. Back off.
I'm on top of you, bitch. What are you gonna do, motherfucker? You gonna fuck me up? Oh, come on, I'd like to see you try. Bring it out, bitch. Let's go. I'm jumping on you. I'm jumping on you. Piece of shit. Don't start fucking threatening me, asshole.
You get any closer, and I'll turn your bones to ash.
What can I do for you today?
Olaf, you look different.
Let's do business.
What can I sell to you? That's it.
Wadiotes asks, bro, will you play Fallout 3 Remaster in 2 years?
I feel like a Fallout 3 remaster might be out a little faster than 2 years. That might be on top of us pretty quickly, but yeah, I'll play it. I've never played Fallout 3, and after the Fallout Amazon show, I was interested in playing a Fallout game because I hadn't played any of them since the first two. And people were saying either play, 3 or New Vegas or 4.
Street Corner Becky said 3 is so much better than 4 emo.
I chose 4, and it was okay, but it wasn't that great. So I probably should have chosen a 3. But I'm willing to wait and try Fallout 3 Remake.
It's the first door on your right. Remember, I didn't say it was clean. I said it was cheap. Good journey to you. Hello there.
Oh, I leveled up. I didn't even notice that. Malaki Starks, safety out of Georgia. I think that's the guy that was mocked to us in that one mock. All right, what am I getting you here?
Street Corner Becky said it was. Malachi Starks is a stud.
It's you. Hi.
Why are you in my room, man? I'm fucking sleeping here.
What is it?
Street Corner Becky said Malachi.
Of the Chapel of
Lions are on the clock. That's a tough division, man.
Street Corner Becky
Lions,
said she
Packers,
said it like
Vikings. You have the Lions, the Packers, the Vikings, and the Bears struggling to push themselves into that conversation.
Mildred, you need armor or weapon? Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Haunted Taco 12 said Lions, Packers, Vikings.
You've made
Oh
a
my.
good bit of gold.
Street Corner Becky said hey, no need to remind me lol.
Thank you for your patronage.
Wait, hold on. Let me look at what you
Have a
have.
look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
Fine Iron Claymore. Gauntlets of Gluttony. Well, I can't afford that. Shield sucks. Those gauntlets are shitty. I don't understand how the iron and steel helmet have the same.
I can repair almost anything. Good day. Go ahead. Goodbye.
Wonder if I can join the Mages Guild. Technically, I am a spell sword.
How Volinaro at your service. Need a spell? Need an item recharged?
Guy's kind of freaky
Need a
looking.
witty practical joke played on someone? I can handle it all. If you're looking to join
Haunted
the
Taco
guild,
12 said,
to
do you know
Jean
what is a
Frisson.
fun crime?
If nothing else,
Embezzlement.
it means access to the
Street Corner
services that
Becky
most
said
people
SEC 13 of the 27 picks. It's crazy how dominant it is year after year.
Well, every major school has joined the conference now, so what could you expect? Years prior, you had more Big Ten players coming out into the first round, and used to have Pac-12. Was it Pac-12 or Pac-16? You used to have Pac-12 players coming out too in the first round, but everybody wanted to go into the SEC. Because of the branding, SEC's deal with CBS, Nick Saban's domination, and all the Alabama players that used to get drafted in the first round.
Corner Becky said Big Ten is definitely 1A, Pac-2 now low.
Yeah, but they're going to have those teams join them eventually.
Haunted Taco 12 said my university produced NHL players.
What university is that? What university develops NHL players? Let's see. Skill level is too low. Well, okay. Fuck you too. Don't have enough magicka. Skill level too low. Cure weakness.
Haunted Taco 12 said University of Maine.
Heat blast. Well, I don't have enough
Street
money for
Corner
that.
Becky said I was gonna guess DU.
Frost touch. Summon Daedra Lord. I'll grab Spark.
A pleasure to serve you.
Street Corner Becky said I have an autograph of Maine's hockey coach on a card somewhere.
Hello
Used
there.
to send
Are
emails
you
to
here to
college
join the
sports
Mages
departments. Most will send stuff. Haunted
to me
Taco
like you're in
12 said
trouble with the
no,
law.
I'm not from
Clear
Colorado.
that matter up,
Haunted
and then
Taco
perhaps-
12 said I'm from Texas.
Each attempt to persuade you must admire,
Street
boast,
Corner
joke, or
Becky said, yeah,
coerce.
I remember the Texas part.
Each of these actions raises or lowers the character's disposition. Not too long because the character's disposition is
Haunted
steadily
Taco
falling.
12 said, well, I'm from Mexico, but I mostly grew up in Texas.
Yes?
She's not having any kind of facial reaction to any of this.
Street Corner Becky said this chat
Oh, wait,
on
here
the
we go.
website him watching the draft on is a bit unhinged.
Don't make me laugh. You're wasting your breath. Goodness, what can I say? Good one.
I don't think that ended. I've never been good at doing this persuading thing in this game.
Farewell.
I guess I can't join the Mages Guild because the horse thief thing. Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Well, there you go. There's one Ohio guy. Wait, where's the gate at? There it is. Commanders on the clock.
Haunted Taco 12 said the running animation in this one though is quite goofy. It makes me think the devs have never ran in their lives.
This guy, this running animation? I've seen worse. I feel like I've seen worse running animations than that.
Haunted Taco 12 said hold shift.
Oh, okay. Well, that is a little... It's like he's trying to ram someone with his head like a ram or something. It's a little too bull chargy. What the fuck is going on with it? Why can't I turn around on the fucking horse? It's so weird, the controls.
Street Corner Becky said that was the third Ohio State guy in 9th Big Ten so far, but I know it doesn't always show the schools.
Where's that Oblivion gate at? I want to try to get in there. There it is. Hey, ease up, guys. Ease up.
Street Corner Becky said I wish I had a rooting interest in an NBA team. I can't even bother to watch the playoffs.
I can watch the playoffs, but yeah, I don't really have an NBA team either. I mean, my NBA team should be the Denver Nuggets, honestly. Nether tunnels.
Street Corner Becky said, I do like the Grizzlies. It's the closest team to me that isn't the Bulls. Haunted Taco 12 said, this makes me want to jam out to some Alien Ant Farm's Smooth Criminal after I had just gotten home from some lines. Haunted Taco 12 said, just like I was back in 2006.
Smooth Criminal, wasn't that like 2001 or 2002, something like that?
Haunted Taco 12 said the Nuggets are pretty decent.
Alien Ant Farm dropped that one song and then just fucked off. No, they did that movie song too.
Haunted Taco 12 said, yeah, but it works well with Oblivion.
They did that movie song. And just like the movies.
Street Corner Becky said movies was really good.
They dropped those two songs and then fucked off. Okay. Commanders drafted Josh Conley Jr., offensive tackle for Oregon, so the Buffalo Bills are officially on the clock.
Street Corner Becky said, and lived happily ever after on the royalties, hopefully.
Hopefully. What is
Haunted
happening
Taco
here?
12 said, yes, Twitch is giving me a landlord ad. Haunted Taco 12 said, remember, if you are really in a pinch, you can turn your landlord into a tent. Street Corner Becky said, if it wasn't for the one dude from North Dakota State, every pick so far is Power Conference.
We saw pass protection as well. Talking about against Abdul Carter, didn't allow a sack there. The athletic ability, consistently take away the edge, then mirror that defensive end. Use that punch more to keep defenders from getting into his pads. He can lose out a little the power. We saw that during the course of the season. But his hand placement, that could be improved. So an offensive line coach is getting an unfinished. Needs a little more polish, refinement.
Street Corner Becky said, never mind. Ashton Jeandy played at Boise State Lowell.
Ugh, Boise State.
12 said, oh, and some lines. I mean skateboarding, not coke.
I'm gonna assume you mean coke.
Got beat a couple times on inside up and unders and spin moves inside. But look, if you nailed it, Boog. What are you going to do? You're going to make sure Jaden Daniels is straight. Make sure that he got some people who can knock guys off
Street
the ball.
Corner Becky asks, why not some coke lines while skateboarding?
Laramie Thompson, you traded for him at left tackle. Sam Cosby's at right guard. Brandon Coleman at right tackle. You got to figure he's either.
Are we gonna trade back? Brandon Bean has a history of trading trading these picks sometimes. Like when you're
Corner Becky said, just do it off the trucks.
when you're pick 30, there's a possibility that you can trade back just a little bit. If there's somebody on the board that somebody wants early in the second round, basically, this is essentially the beginning of the second round. We might trade back. We could trade back.
Street Corner Becky said, especially a QB hungry team.
Taking it all the way. There's 78
God damn.
wins, including playoffs.
78 wins and not a Super Bowl appearance.
In a 6-season span without making a Super Bowl appearance. of any team
Street
in the
Corner
league.
Becky said, y'all really want Sanders? Haunted Taco 12 said, well, now I'm just picturing an image like that one of Mike Tyson with coke on his face, but there's just Oblivion in the background and a stereo with Alien and Farman.
About that, for Buffalo to see Will Johnson there at this point has to, I think, surprise a lot of people. Maxwell Hairston ran great, had a really good junior camp 2024 campaign, so he got hurt this year with his shoulder, had 5 picks 2 years ago. Now I know, Lou, you love Trey Amos.
Absolutely. Trey Amos is R.A. Thomas from Florida State. Both of these guys, I mean, they're those long, tough,
all right, pick us in.
Said, I think it's awesome.
No trade.
My favorite college team and your favorite NFL team have a big connection since Marv Levy coached the Lobos and Bills.
I mean, when you're 97 years old, you're going to have some connections.
Long, tough, can play inside at the star at the nickel position. And Trey Amos, I'll tell you this, coaches down in Ole Miss said, hey, look, he reminds us.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see what's up. It's either going to be a safety or it's going to be... I mean, we like drafting DBs. I don't think it's going to be an edge rusher.
Like 7 years or something.
All those guys, I get it, but from a fit standpoint, if the medical checks out, Will Johnson fits better in that Sean McDermott defense.
I mean, it could be a linebacker pick too. I don't know what the overall best player available board looks like.
Ball still the key to diagnose, get the ball and get the pick sixes like he did at Michigan. I think he fits better maybe than a Trey Amos or now Trey Thomas.
Well, I would say Trey fits only because down at Ole Miss they
Haunted Taco 12 said, I'm 97 years old and my only connections are my joints and pain. Street Corner Becky said, Will Johnson at corner, coming off an injury.
Has been so good and yet come up just short in such painful fashion multiple times in the last few years. Last year was supposed to be their dip year. It was the year they lost so many of their players on defense, reset their salary cap, still found themselves with an opportunity in the AFC Championship game
Street
against
Corner
Mahomes
Becky
and
sent
Kansas
a
City
link.
and just couldn't quite get it done at the finish. So let's see which direction they go. Everyone here is expecting defense to help Josh Allen and that Bills offense.
Street Corner Becky said, all forgot the game is uptown.
It's just a different way to close the gap, really. When you talk about the gap between Mahomes and Josh Allen, is minuscule. So how do you close? You got to be able to close the defensive side of the ball where they can turn the football over and give Josh Allen one more possession, give him one more crack at the football.
And we can see the commissioner making his way to the podium with a very special visitor to announce the pick.
The NFL is stepping up to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy. Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder, is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Let's go, Buffalo!
I'm just remembering when Josh Allen was drafted, the camera they had on the Bills fans at that moment.
The 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Hairston. Let's go!
All right, well, there it is.
12 said, hell yeah.
Maxwell Hairston.
Let's go, indeed. Cornerback out of Kentucky who ran
Street
the
Corner
fastest
Becky
40
said,
at
nice
the
pick.
combine. So it starts there. He's here. He's a huge personality. 2 years
We just re-signed Trey White, too. The very first round corner that Sean McDermott and Brandon B made when they first came to Buffalo. We re-signed him, and now we got another first-round corner to come in.
Against Vanderbilt. Then this year he started 7 games, but he missed 5 games with a shoulder injury. Had 4 pass breakups, only had the 1 interception.
Shoulder injury, not worried about that.
Haunted _ Wisp said, well, that's a nice joint, then taco smile.
I'm worried about
Haunted _ Wisp said, hi bye.
I'm worried about ankle injuries and knee injuries for my cornerbacks. Or hip injuries. Yo, what's up, Wisp? Welcome back to the stream. How are you doing?
Corner Becky said, SEC.
Kansas City just traded to the Eagles.
Street Corner Becky said, hi Wisp.
They dropped one spot. Dropped one spot to give it to the Eagles.
Look, he has the speed and athleticism to make up for some of the deficiencies that he has as far as route recognition and playing it true and playing it clean with consistency. That's what happens. That's why you slip down here to 30 when you have the kind of athletic ability he has. But look, Sean
Street corner Becky said, yeah, the injury has cost for Johnson some millions. Corner from Michigan.
In the secondary. And this is the kind of kid with the kind of traits that you look for down here late first round.
He's the first defensive back in school history to go in round one, and we talk about how badly the Bills need him. They allowed opposing quarterbacks to complete 41% of their passes, thrown 20 yards downfield or more last year. That was 24th in the NFL. Now let's take a look at Max Hairston.
Yeah, like I said, Greg, you talk about the ability to recover and to see the size.
5'11".
83 pounds. That's the concern moving forward with that frame. But you watch him here, Lou, and Kentucky. Drew Phillips came out of his defense last year. Did a really good job as a rookie with the New York Giants. Anticipate, first on the ball, and come up with the interception. He had 5 interceptions 2 years ago. He said 2 in that one game.
Street corner Becky said, not often Kentucky has a first-round football player, usually in basketball.
They need 2, maybe 3 cover men to help that secondary.
And I just love how they play. If you notice the video, he's playing off coverage with vision on the quarterback. We talked about how Buffalo wants to play with the safeties high and the cornerbacks off, keeping the ball in front of him with the cornerbacks having vision on the quarterback. He played that to the best of his ability at Kentucky and was absolutely outstanding. So from a scheme standpoint, from a fit standpoint,
Haunted Taco 12 said 5 feet 11 inches, pushed too short. I'm 7 feet 11 inches. They named the gas station after me.
I mean, for a first-round cornerback, 5'11".
Street corner Becky said, roll Taco.
You're going to be going up. You're going to be posted up against. You're going to be posting up against wide receivers that are like 6'2", 6'3", or tight ends that are 6'5", 6'6".
Over to our Molly McGrath, Verizon Business brings us down to the stage where Molly has Max Hairston. Molly,
Max, you told me that you were going to practice that handshake with Roger Goodell in the mirror. How do you think you did?
I think I did good. He almost lifted me up on the hug, but I think I did good. I've been waiting all night for that one.
I absolutely love your energy. You are known as a high character leader at Kentucky. What is Buffalo getting in you?
Man, Buffalo, they're getting the ultimate competitor, the ultimate teammate, and they're getting somebody that's going to give Josh Allen the ball back. Let's get to work!
All right, congratulations.
All right, this dude's a little too happy.
and so Max Hairston is headed to Buffalo. I'll tell you what.
We've got a lot of characters on this team, I'll tell you that much.
Kansas City and Philadelphia met in the Super Bowl just a few months ago. Now they've swapped picks here. The Eagles have moved up to
Street corner Becky said he's happy he's leaving Kentucky.
But he's going to Buffalo, so it's not like he's going to LA or Miami.
Said happiness is illegal these days.
We're back in a moment on ESPN.
That's not illegal, but it's deeply suspicious. I wouldn't say it's illegal, but it's deeply suspicious. By the way, we have 2 picks left. I think I'm going to end up hitting my prediction. We had 6 picks at 10 p.m. and I said the draft is going to end up ending at 10:45. We've got 2 picks left. I think they're going to a commercial break.
Said unless it's been pharmaceutically induced, of course.
I'm okay with the pharmaceutically induced.
Street corner Becky said, yeah, it's in a commercial. Haunted Taco 12 said, nope, they put a ban on fun.
They tariffed fun.
Haunted Taco 12 said, if you smile more than the regulations allow, you die.
Is that what happened to the Pope? Old Jorkin DePinas Vance caught him smiling more than he should have and decided to put the kibosh on him.
Haunted Taco 12 said, if you laugh, that's $100 per chuckle.
Where the fuck am I going? Why am I in a cave underground? I should be in a tower looking for, like, the little orb thing. Oh, this is gonna end up encumbering me, isn't it? I looted that one. I looted this one, I believe. Yeah. Any others in here?
Haunted Taco 12 said I've never cared that much about the Pope, but props to the guy for calling JD Vance a chump.
This Pope was a good Pope, though. By Pope standards, this past Pope was a pretty awesome Pope. I'm afraid that we're probably going to go back to shitty Popes.
Haunted_Wisp said how stunned because you know I don't want to kill the slow ones. Haunted_Wisp said yay, Francis was a good Pope.
We're probably going to get a Pope that's like, God wants us to turn all the gay people into...
guy is going to ban my people again.
Yep, he's going to be like, God wants us to turn all the gay people into horse glue. It's right there in the book of Gloob.
Street Corner Becky said I wonder if they'll go back to an Italian Pope. _Wisp said, I know that because the conspiracy theory Christians didn't like him.
Jihad! Jihad!
Wisp said I was like, yep, he's a keeper.
Philly moved up one. They traded up one to draft Jihad Campbell out of Alabama.
Haunted Dago 12 just redeemed Jihadi Trump. Said Haunted Dago 12 played Jihadi Trump for 10 channel points. Street Corner Becky said Jihad Campbell.
One of my favorite things was during a Bama game, I guess Jihad must have made a play. He must have made a big play. And after he made a play, the official Alabama Crimson Tide Twitter account simply tweeted, Jihad! Which was like, out of context, it looks insane. Out of context, it's like, oh shit, Alabama just went full Mujahideen.
Becky said lol.
Like Alabama just went full fucking Al-Qassam Brigade. What's happening here? But knowing that they were excited about a player named Jihad just made it all the more funny. So I saved a screenshot of that tweet and like to periodically just tweet it back out in response to something. If I see something I dislike, I respond with the Jihad tweet. Oh, man.
Haunted Dago 12 said imagine just chilling at the airport, watching the game, and he does something good.
Yeah, you're going to be missing your flight for sure.
Haunted Dago 12 said Jihad. Street Corner Becky asks somebody on draft chat said someone should draft Sanders for trade bait, and I reply, well, every team just passed on him, so what bait?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't draft him for that right now, but I mean, I guess you could if he's still available in the second. But it would be like if you draft him and he plays in the preseason or he plays in some spot games here or fills in for someone and he looks awesome, then that's trade bait, sure. That's not worth. I don't think it's worth it for Washington to do that because they have to build up their team so they could actually compete for a Super Bowl. And I don't think it's worth it for Buffalo to do that because same, ditto. I guess Philly could do that, I suppose. The Chiefs could probably afford to do that. Maybe even the Lions to a degree, but You know, you got to be in a really comfortable position to do that sort of thing. That's what New England would do back in the heyday, back in in Tom Brady's prime playing years. They would draft guys like Jimmy Garoppolo or fucking Ryan Mallett in the hopes that they could like facilitate some kind of a trade. Because they weren't ever going to get rid of Tom Brady, not back then. But they would have these prospects. Same with Jacoby. Jacoby Brissett.
Street corner Becky said, "Rip Ryan Mallett."
Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh shit, what the fuck? God damn it, are you fucking kidding me? I fell in the gap? Wait, what am I loading here? The Waste of Oblivion? Where am I? It better not be putting me too fucking far off. Okay, I just started at the beginning of this. Alright, good.
Haunted_wisp said, "Fall into the gap." Street corner Becky said, "Elder Scrolls, the Jankanian Wars."
Shocked your ass to death, bitch. Get out of here. Then I'm gonna rip your heart out, too. 'Cause I wanna.
Haunted Daco 12 said, "There's a thing that I do every time that Bethesda comes out with a new game. I like to jokingly see just how long it takes someone to release a loot mod, not because I'm a consumer of sad mods, more so interested in just how fast the modders can do it." And sure enough, they already have some out for this game. One in particular gives Emperor Captain Picard a big old set of hems on his chest.
What? Jesus Christ, man. Maybe Trump is right. Maybe we do need to just start shoveling people back into the coal mines. Maybe that's what facilitated this whole thing. Somebody showed Trump some weirdo, creepy Nexus mod shit, and he was like, "That's it. I'm sending everyone back into the coal mines. You're going back into the factories." Real feather shield. That kind of sucks too. I'll take it all, but that sucks. Is there anything else to loot? Anything else to loot? No? No? Alright, well, they're ending this one then. And the final pick of the first round, the Chiefs select Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State, ending the draft at 10:44. I was off by 1 minute. I was off by 1 minute.
Daco 12 said, "Donnie definitely has the Emperor boob mod."
Emperor boob mod.
Haunted_wisp said, "Oh, the humanity."
Where's the other one? Oh, there you are. All right. Solid work there. Solid work.
Walk with virtue, friend.
What?
Haunted Daco 12 said I do like that he now looks more like Patrick Stewart. Street Corner Becky said the last Italian pope was John Paul I, who was only pope for a month in 1978.
Well,
It's so weird how all the popes pick a stage name. Alright, those shops better be open.
Street Corner Becky said probably easier to say than most of their birth names.
I mean, Pope Francis's name wasn't that weird. Yeah, Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Which, you know, if it wasn't for the Jorge part, I would say he sounds pretty fucking Italian. Mario Bergoglio sounds like the most Italian thing in the world.
Dago 12 said my birth name is hard to say.
Wait, who's talking to me? What the fuck? Who's talking to me? Oh wait, they're having a conversation somewhere else.
I understand Daedra worship has become increasingly prevalent.
Welcome to a fighting champ. Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I help you? That's a good deal.
I don't think it is, but... Holy shit, what the fuck? Reflect spell and self. Okay, that's interesting. That sells for a pretty fucking penny. I might keep this, though. Reflect is pretty handy. It just has no protection against physical damage. I guess this is a shield I would whip out against mages and shit. Do you have anything I want? No, you don't. Alright, I'll keep that shield for the time being.
Let's see what we've got here. Knowledge is power.
Hopefully that'll help me fix my shit without breaking all my damn hammers.
Well met. Have you seen the selection at Stonewall Shields?
Stonewall is the best in the city when it comes to shields.
Have mercy.
The Tiger Septim Hotel is a nice place.
Feel free to browse. Well, have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me throw some rings on.
_Wisp said from a distance he is watching you. From a distance.
I'll equip that one. So I'll sell the rest.
Feel free to browse. I'll buy just about
Haunted
anything
_Wisp
for the
asks
right
why
price.
is God such a creeper?
What? Why is God such a creeper?
That's a good deal.
Haunted_Wisp said he told creeps on everyone.
Oh, do I want to sell my scrolls? I do. Some of them at least.
Haunted_Wisp said then expects you to retell the tale to one of his priests.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he finds that hilarious.
A pleasure to serve you. Fare thee well.
Well, when you say it like that, it just sounds seductive, lady. What are you trying to do with me?
So I've heard. Isn't there something just wrong
Hello there.
about buying discount spells?
Edgar Votrine. Have a look around. You
All
won't
right.
find better prices in all Tamriel.
Major wound.
Be seeing you.
I need a little extra cash to get that major wound. What am I gonna sell? Maybe I should just sell that shield. I do like that. I do like the idea of having a reflect shield specifically for when I encounter some badass wizards. Why do I have those sigil stones?
Hello?
Whoa.
What? What can I interest you in? That's a good deal.
I guess I'll sell the respite. I'm not selling any of my healings.
Haunted_Wisp asks, is that a dude?
That's a good deal.
I'm not selling any of those either.
Thank you for your patronage.
I'm up against the wall here.
Farewell.
I don't exactly have a whole lot left to sell other than that shield.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
I don't use the bow that often. I guess I could...
Haunted_Wisp said dresses like a chick, looks like a dude. How inclusive.
That seems a fair price.
How much was that spell?
Be seeing you.
Was it 220 or 240? Oh man, I'm gonna empty out every fucking dime I have trying to get this spell.
Edgar Votrine. Only quality goods for sale here.
It was 220.
Daco12 said Gamer209 stare.
Thank you for your patronage. Take care.
2 gold. All right. Guess I got to do some more Kilroydies to do some more killing. Get some more cash coming in.
How do you do?
Is that a Suki that you're staring at me with, Taco? That looks like a little Suki.
Haunted Taco 12 said no, just another void.
Just another void. I gotta go check in on my void in a second. I'll probably end the stream here in a bit.
Said no, she's giving me the stink eye. Haunted Taco 12 said Yolda 6 Suki Gamer 209 stare.
Oh God, where'd it go?
Said I didn't tickle you that one day, it was explicitly in the title. Haunted_Wisp said that has to count for something.
Tickly that one day it wasn't what? Huh?
Sit down. Don't say anything.
Haunted Taco 12 said Gamer 209 Ragenar.
Alright, I'm sitting down. I'm not saying anything.
Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him. Good. Remember, wait for him to follow me. I want to see what he'll do.
Haunted Taco 12 said the only issue that I've had with this game so far is that black hair works strangely.
You are weak, like the gods you pray to. Paradise awaits.
The enemy who attacked Barris is dead. I should find out what Barris has learned about our enemy. Is it the black hair works strangely? All the hair in the game looks a little weird, in my opinion. What's Mythic Dawn commentaries?
Haunted Taco 12 said and the creator, it looked brown, almost reddish, but after creation, it was black.
Good work. I am glad to see you, by the way. You just caught me at a bad time. The assassins who killed the Emperor were part of a Deirdre cult known as the Mythic Dawn. Apparently worship the Deirdre Lord Mehrunes Dagon. I've been tracking their agents in the Imperial City. I guess they noticed. What? They took it from Joffrey? Things are worse than I had thought. Thank Talos he lives. Martin Septim, you say? We will restore him to the throne. It is the sworn duty of all Blades. There's a scholar at the Arcane University. Tarmina's her name. Supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults. Why don't you take that book to her? See what she makes of it. I'll keep running down leads on the Mythic Dawn network. If you learn anything, you can find me at Luther Broad's. May Talos guide you. Like I said, she's one of the brains over at the Arcane
Haunted Taco 12 said my first Oblivion remastered character is a modern version of my first 2006 character. It is me.
I hope you learned something from Tarmina about that book.
My character.
Street Corner Becky said I just looked at the 32 picks. 16 from SEC, 11 from Big 10, 2 from Big 12, 1 from ACC, 1 from Mountain West and 1 from non-FBS, so SEC and Big 10 was 27 of the 32 lol.
No idea what you just said. It was a lot of acronyms. I'm kind of phasing out here, so I'm probably gonna... Nothing, buddy, nothing. Probably gonna save it and end the stream. I guess I've been doing this. I started way earlier than usual, so even though it's only 11, I've been doing this for 4 hours, so... And I'm starving. I just looked at 32 picks, 16 from SEC, 11 from Big 10, 2 from Big 12. They're both from Texas. 1 from ACC, 1 from Mountain West, 1 from a non-FBS. So SEC and Big 10 was 27 of the 32. That sounds right. That sounds right. I really don't think that's anything out of the normal, though. Oh, man. Ugh, I don't think that's much out of the normal.
Street Corner Becky said the Big 12 were Arizona and Colorado. Both the Texas schools are sec now.
Let me just see what Buffalo Rumblings has to say about our new corner. Bills have a new weapon for their secondary as they use their first round pick in the 2025 NFL Draft on Maxwell Hairston of Kentucky. He redshirted in 2021, played 12 games in 2022, 2023. He started 13, 68 tackles, 1.5 tackle for loss, 6 pass breakups, 5 interceptions, 2 pick sixes, second team all SEC. 2024, started 7 games, 19 tackles, a sack, 4 pass breakups, pick 6, 2 forced fumbles, missed 5 games due to a shoulder injury. What the Bills are getting, Maxwell Hairston is a very explosive and dynamic athlete at the cornerback position. He played almost exclusively on the outside, where he used his elite movement skills to lock down opposing receivers and rack up 6 career interceptions, 3 returned for touchdown during his 2 years of starting for the Wildcats. Hairston is a rather lean 5'11", 183 pounds, so he'll have his work cut out for him against NFL's larger receivers. On top of his lack of impact as a run defender. Ooh. That hurts. Because that's already a big weakness for us. I suspect then, if that's really a big ding on him, I suspect a good chunk of the rest of our draft is going to be in safeties that are good at defending the run and linebacker depth. And I could see either linebacker or defensive line, like defensive tackles. We got to do something to shore up our run defense because that's been such a big problem for us the past few years. Whichever team decides to draft him will have to balance that red flag next to his ability as an uber-confident ball hawk who will help build a stingier secondary. That's good. That's what we need right now. Elite physical traits that will help him succeed in coverage, eye-popping click and close speed, plays with immense confidence, wants to lock down everyone, fastest 40 at the NFL Combine, 4.28. Jesus.
It has been 3 hours since the stream started. Damn, time slipped away, Lynn.
Hey, that just means you're having fun, Lynn. You're having fun doing something else, but you're having fun, so time flies. He has a nose for the end zone. Weakness, massive liability against the run. It hurts so bad to hear. Inconsistent open field tackler. Will get bullied by NFL's larger receivers. Recent injury concerns after missing 5 games. I'm not worried about the shoulder injury. Okay, well, that's something to look forward to.
Ratman said, I was here playing Fantasy Star Online listening in on the stream.
Nice.
_Wisp said, have a good night.
We all pretty much knew we were getting a corner, and the board went how they wanted. Hairston has what they used to say, a nose for the football. He's very aggressive in both run game and jumping routes. Not great in press man, but he is a fast zone corner. Needs some coaching and a bit of strength. I've been complaining about a lack of speed in the back end. Happy they added some. I think that's going to be a necessity. I think that's going to be a necessity, especially since our chief rival, the Chiefs, ironically, pun intended, they have speedsters like Xavier Worthy that we have to find ways to defend. So I think drafting a corner that can run a 5.2 was in response to having speedsters that are keeping us from locking us out of the Super Bowl. All right, cool. I'm happy about that. I won't be able to watch the draft tomorrow because I'm going to be working, but hey, you know what? Seems like we did a pretty solid pick here.
Haunted_Wisp said, I got Virtual Machine Pro on my machine last night and it was free.
Oh, nice. Awesome. I used to use that for work stuff. All right, that's going to be it for me tonight. I'm going to go stuff my face and chill on the couch for a bit.
Said I had to sign up with a Broadcom account, but it's free now.
Oh, where am I at over here? All right, thank you for joining me. When am I going to stream next? Probably next Tuesday.
Becky said night all. Had a great time.
Hey, thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Vince. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed my,
_wisp said have a good night, Devin et al.
I'll call it my clueless draft coverage. I was truly clueless on every player that was picked.
Ponded
so,
_wisp said.
Glad to have your input in there. Have a good night, Devin et al. Hey, thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Wisp. I appreciate that you stopped by. I will be streaming Tuesday. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming next on Tuesday since I work tomorrow and Saturday. So enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Have a great weekend. I hope I'll see you all again on Tuesday, but if not, I'll see you when I see you.
Ratman said night, everyone.
Take it easy, y'all.